Good morning and welcome to the first Super Series regatta. This is the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl regattas for Premiership points. So it's School Premiership Regatta number one. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So we've got, I'm joined today, my name's Andrew Southcott, I'm joined by Mark Miller, and we'll be the commentators for the first part, for the first session. At the moment, we've got the Schoolboy Year 8 9D coxed quad. They're lining up at the 1,000 metre mark. Mark, what do you think about the conditions today?
Yes, good morning, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. It's a lovely sunny day down here at West Lakes. There's a slight tailwind coming from the south, but broadly we have good, fair conditions for all crews, and we should have an excellent morning of racing.
What sort of issues will so these crews they've had about a season of rowing, most of them, but any difficulties in sort of lining up? They don't have the pontoons start at the 1,000 metre mark.
Things look like they're getting set, Andrew, and I think that we should be off very shortly. But the crews look like they're lining up very well for these Year 8-9 Schoolboy D coxed quad race coming up shortly.
So at the moment for the entries, we do have 4 crews from St Peter's College, one from Pulteney, one from Pembroke, one from Scotch. I can't see all of them lined up there yet. I'm just looking for the Scotch crew. They might be coming into place. I can see the Saints crew over there on lane 7. That's at the far left of the screen. I can't see the Scotch crew at this stage, but they must be close to a start now. As I said, we're expecting 7 crews in this first race. It doesn't look like all of them are at the start. Okay, we've now got a start. We've now got a start, and let's have a look. We've got. So I think we've got 5 crews coming down. If we can actually have a look at the crews that are coming down. So I'm just waiting for the camera to look at the crews that are racing towards us. All right, so what we can say, there are 4 crews coming down, and it looks like the St Peter's College crew out on lane 7 looks to be in the lead, and they're followed by Pembroke, then Pulteney Grammar School, and then I think what is the St Peter's College E's. Great. Okay, so now we can actually have a look at the race.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So the crews are coming through about the first 300 metres. Some good, clean blade work by these Year 8 and 9 schoolboys in the Cox Quad. As Andrew mentioned, over in lane 7, which is on the left-hand side of your screen, There's the St Peter's College crew in blue, which would probably have a length to 2-length lead. And then a little way back, we've got a group of 3 crews fighting well there for second place. Again, as Andrew mentioned, a Pulteney crew. I believe that is that the Scotch crew, Andrew, and then another St Peter's crew.
Yeah, I don't think Scotch are out there. So at the moment, that is the Pembroke crew. They're having a really good battle with the St Peter's College E crew. The Pulteney Grammar crew are just having some difficulties there with timing, but you can't see it on your screen. But it's the St Peter's College number 4 crew, which I think is probably their Ds. That's the crew of Hunter Ingham, Zach Michaels, Zach Hoberg, Oscar Worm and Oliver Nugent as Cox. They're coming down to a good win. This race was sponsored by the Mosler family from Pembroke, Go Pembroke. And what we see is like a good race now here developing. We've got look at the Saints crew. So the stroke has got an issue there, so they're still powering ahead with 3 rowers. That is great. And then back to the Pembroke crew having a really good tussle with Pulteney.
So there on the screen, you can just see the winning St Peter's crew coming across now.
And next we'll see coming up the St Peter's College E crew. They'll be finishing with just 3. You can just watch that. They're finishing with 3 rowers, but they're holding off their competition. So great effort from the St Peter's College E crew. And next we'll come down to the this is Pembroke. The Pembroke crew, and then Pulteney Grammar 4th.
Yes.
All right. So look, the rowers are managing the conditions well. As Mark said, there is a bit of a tailwind, but it's they would be used to training in conditions like this. So this is something that they should manage. It's certainly West Lakes can get much rougher than this. Now we've got our next race underway, which is the Schoolboy Year 8-9 C Coxed Quad Sculls.
Thanks, Andrew. So this is race 2 on today's regatta. The starting list: Prince Alfred College in lane 2, St Peter's College in lane 3, Pembroke lane 4, Adelaide High in lane 5, Nordmorrie Outer High in lane 6, Scotch College in lane 7, and over on the far left-hand side of the screen, Pulteney Grammar in lane 8. Now we're just checking to see how many of those crews have actually fronted the start line.
I can't see that PAC are there. They look not to, for whatever reason, they've not made the start of this race. But we've got Saints going from right to left. We've got Saints and then Pembroke.
Adelaide High.
And then Adelaide High.
Scotch.
Nord, Scotch, and Pulteney. So 5 crews coming down.
It's looking pretty even at this point, Andrew. Probably 200 to 300 metres into the race, but all crews are showing some really good, clean blade work in the conditions. So as we mentioned, there's a reasonable tailwind, which obviously will lend itself to some good times for the crews today, but does mean that the crews need to be a little bit more technically proficient in maintaining the balance in these tailwind conditions. And certainly for some of these crews, or for all of the crews, it's one of the early races in the season. They're still forming the crews together and working out the teamwork and timing. So the crews are showing some really good form for so early in the season.
Yeah, if you just have a look on the right-hand side at that Saints crew, and just look at the way they're getting their blades in and out at the same time, their timing looks pretty good. Like, this is a Year 8-9 C crew, but they're doing it sort of relatively easy because they're just rowing a really efficient stroke and rowing in time. Like all of the other crews, you know, their timing is okay, but if you just look at the Saints crew, they're just getting their blades down sort of neatly at the catch at the beginning of the stroke, and coming out, and they've got good boat runs. So that's a, you know, good display of rowing there from the St. Peter's C crew, the Year 8-9 C crew. Coming second, we have Pulteney, I think, over on the left-hand side, and then next is Pembroke.
So as we're coming up to the finish line, it's a good race here between the St. Peter's and Pulteney crews. St. Peter's possibly edging out the Pulteney crew by a half to one length. Then there's about a one length between the rest of the field, and a very solid race here for third placing between the crews. But some really good racing here in race 2 of today's regatta.
Here we go. So just looking at the finishing line, that's the St. Peter's C crew crossing the line, and then a really good battle here between Pulteney Grammar and Pembroke. And then it's back to the crew from, is it Norwood Morialta High, I think. But I think that was like really, look, they might be into their second season of rowing, many of these rowers, but that was really some, now we're already on to the Year 9B. So they're coming down pretty quickly. So again, this is the Saints B crew, and if we have a look at their timing, so Saints are coming first, PAC second, and then there's a real tussle between I think Pembroke and Scotch. So Pembroke probably third, and then back to Scotch and Norwood Morialta. But we're looking at that Saints B crew. Again, sort of similar comments, like really good timing. It's a 1,000-metre race. They've got good conditions, good tailwind conditions, and they've really got the timing. This is something to sort of aim for. Here comes the PAC crew. They're coming in second, and then the Pembroke crew. But they've got a bit of a race because they're getting some strong competition from the crews on the side closest to us.
That was a very tight finish for third place. It may have been that the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 2 just pipped the Pembroke school crew there for third place. So. It's a very large regatta today at the start of the season, with all the schools wanting to try out their new crews. So the races are coming down the course thick and fast, and I just wanted to shout out to the Rowing SA officials who do such a great job in organising these regattas here at West Lakes. It's a massive undertaking, and certainly the army of volunteers that help out each regatta day is very impressive, and things are looking good for another great season here at West Lakes with Rowing SA and all the affiliate member clubs and schools.
Okay, so the next one, because we've got a number of crews in the Year 8-9 A coxed quads, there's going to be 2 heats first three crews go through to the final. So this one we should have going from right to left: St Ignatius, Norwood Morialta High, Pembroke, Adelaide High, and St Peter's College. And right now, it looks like in the middle of the field, it's the Pembroke crew of Charlie Miller, Alex Lee, Tom O'Mani, and Jeremy Yu, with
Avon Curry is Cox, coached by Chris Herschel and Joshua
Lascock. So they've really come out to a very early start. Just remembering that 1, 2, and 3 will go through to the final, go through to the A final, but that Pembroke crew looking really good, considering they've probably done about 300 metres of an 1,000-metre race, but they're already out to a pretty good lead, and they've got a good view. The rowers would be able to see, at least out of their peripheral vision, some of the other crews, and that gives them a big advantage in terms of knowing if someone's pushing up on them.
Andrew, just wanted to mention that this race is sponsored by the Yu family, one of the strong supporters of the Pembroke rowing club at Pembroke School. We're getting some really great support from a lot of the sponsors of Pembroke Rowing here today, and as you know, today's regatta is sponsored by the Pembroke School Rowing Club, so big shout out and thanks to Pembroke Rowing for their support today.
And they would be very happy about how Pembroke are doing right now, because they're looking really good in lane 5. So in the middle of the field, they're looking technically very good, and just clean blade work, good boat run. And we're joined by Anna Ross from Pembroke School. She's very excited to see the Year 8 9As doing so well.
Go Pembroke, except no one can hear us over the regatta.
I don't think that was
It's live stream.
I know, but we meant to do those. Anyway, good luck, Pembroke. No, but there's another microphone. The other microphone isn't working. I think you meant to do that at the same time. No? Am I meant to do that?
So coming into the last couple of hundred metres of this, the Heat 1 of the Schoolboy Year 8 9A coxed quad, and as Andrew mentioned, we've got the Pembroke crew a couple of lengths leading there in the dark green with the white caps, and coming in second place is the St Peter's College crew over in lane 7. So a great race there, and Pembroke's first win of today's regatta in the heat. I just also wanted to mention the previous race sponsors this morning. So as in addition to the Mosley family, we've also had the Zoo family and Townsend Orthodontics sponsoring the first 3 races this morning. So a big shout out to all the sponsors who are very generous, provided very generous support for today's regatta and races. So Pembroke will the first 3 places in that Heat 1, I think Pembroke, St Peter's, and I think third possibly the Norwood Morialta High crew will progress to the A final later in the day, and the other crews will race the B final. So congratulations to all the crews in that heat.
So next we come to the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 9A coxed quad, and looking now, we can see that it's Prince Alfred College in lane 3, already out to a commanding lead, not yet halfway through the race. And coming second is Scotch College over on the far side, so over on lane 6. And third is Unley High, fourth Christian Brothers. But if you have a look at that PAC crew, and we're used to seeing technically very good crews from Prince Alfred College, and if you just have that's a good standard for Year 8 9A coxed quad. If you just look at their timing and the way there's really not much wasted in their effort. Oops. just a little bit of a wobble, but the cox is just responsible for just keeping them on task and balanced. And now we've got the Scotch College crew over on the left hand side. They're sort of they're in touch, but the
I think PAC will probably do enough to hold them off, but as you mentioned, Andrew, Scotch are coming home very fast and giving it a real shake here to challenge Princes for the for this second heat of the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Cox Quad. Also want to mention the sponsors of today's this race, the Calm Space Psychology, another great sponsor of today's regatta. We're just looking at the Prince Alfred boat there. We're wondering whether the bow rower may have a slight equipment issue with one of the oars, but they're actually doing enough. And as you can see, they're going over the line half a length in front of the Scotch crew. So congratulations, Princes, on winning race 5, which was the heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Cox Quad. And now I think we've got Unley High coming across the line now in 3rd place. So those
go through to the A final.
That's right.
But the races are coming sort of very, very quickly every 5 minutes, and it's a big job for the boat race officials to get them all lined up. They don't have the benefit of a pontoon start, so they line them up, and once they've got them in a straight line, they'll send them off.
Yeah, so great job by the young coxswains who are managing these crews. Obviously, an open water start is more challenging than a pontoon start, so they're doing a really good job today early in the season. And we've just got the Christian Brothers crew coming over the line now, race 5. So good effort by Christian Brothers, one of a great rowing school here in Adelaide. So Christian Brothers that crew will progress to the B final later in the day of the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Coxed Quad. So we're just lining up the next race, which is race 6, first Schoolgirl race of the day, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9D Coxed Quad, over at 1,000 metres. So again, an open water start, and we've got lining up at the start three crews from Wilderness School, 2 crews from Scotch College, and a crew from Seymour College. So should be some great racing in race 6 of today's regatta. Do we have a start there, Andrew? I think we may have a start down at the 1,000 metre mark.
Just having a look.
No, maybe not. I think the crews are still lining up. Boat race officials doing a great job there.
They're still coming up to the start, I think.
This is the live stream. I need to give that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commentator? Yes, you must be commentator. So who's live stream?
That's us.
Oh, you need 2. Sorry.
Oh, we can share.
I'll get the hang of it. I've got 1 for commentator, 1 for live stream.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, as mentioned, we're just having a start here in race 6 of this morning's regatta program, being the Schoolgirl Year 8-9D coxed quad. It's great to see so many crews at this level of schoolgirl racing down to the D level. And obviously all the schools are trying out their different crew combinations early in the season as we lead in through to the end of this term, and then obviously rowing camp over the school holidays, getting set up for some really great racing in term 1 next year. So the entries that we've got for this race, starting in lane 2, Wilderness Crew F, and then Wilderness E, Scotch College E, Seymour College, Wilderness, and another Scotch College crew. And we may, I think they're about to start that race. They're lining up.
Yeah, they're
lining
all
up
ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like everyone's there at the start. We've got 6 crews on the vision. I think the Scotch crew was sort of at a little bit of an angle. Okay, now they're underway, so we've got in lane 2 Wilderness F, in lane 3 Wilderness E. That's going from right to left. In lane 4 Scotch College. In lane 5 Seymour College. In lane 6 Wilderness D's, and in lane 7. We have the Scotch College D's.
I think early on.
Look! Hold on. Have they? I just thought someone had stopped. So just looks like that Scotch crew is just having a bit of trouble. I'm just trying to work out what's going on there. No, the race is still underway.
I think at this early stage, Andrew, Scotch College crew over in lane 7, maybe slightly.
I think the Scotch crew, the Scotch E's look to have had a machine or a mechanical fault, because it looks like they've only got 2 people rowing. So let's get to the. Let's get to the rest of the race. And it looks like now we have the Wilderness D crew, which is the second crew on the left. They look to be out in front, and probably a race between the Scotch D crew right alongside them. So at the moment they're on the far side, and they're battling it out. And next is probably the Wilderness E crew. So at the moment, I think it's the Scotch D crew having a really good battle with the Wilderness D crew with the Scotch D crew. They're having a really good battle on the far side of the course, and then there's another battle going on between the Wilderness E's and the Wilderness F's in lane 2 and lane 3, and Seymour's just falling a little bit behind. So it now. Okay, so we're now coming down to the last 300 metres, and it's the Wilderness D crew in lane 6. That's the crew of Amelie Paul, Isla Goodson, Tiara Pullinen, Miranda Wells, and Hannah Yo as cox, and you can see they're rating fairly low. They're looking very comfortable. Their boat is running along smoothly, so they're really showing a lot of efficiency in the way they're rowing. The Scotch D crew over on lane 7, closest on the far side of the course. They're actually rating a bit higher. They're working a bit harder, but the Wilderness crew are just showing really good boat run there. And then so that's the race. It's going to be won by Wilderness D's. Scotch D's will be second, and then I think we have a race where I think the Wilderness F's are going to beat the Wilderness E's. That's sort of in the battle for third and fourth. So first Wilderness D, second Scotch D's, and then now we'll see this battle between the F's and the E's. So with early stage of the season, so selection's still not set. But what we see is like the Fs are actually beating the Es, and the Fs actually look pretty good there. So, and then
yes, that was some good rowing there by the Wilderness School crews, and we're just seeing some of the other crews coming through now, including I think it might be the maybe the Seymour crew.
okay, so we're moving on to this is the C race, the Year 8-9 C race, and we've got 6 crews coming down. So going from right to left. It's not quite in your vision, but we've got the Nord Morialta crew in lane 2, and then on the right we've got Pembroke School in lane 3, Wilderness in lane 4, and again they look to be doing a really good job here. And then we have Seymour College in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, and Walford in lane 7. But right now it's the Wilderness crew of Lily Erb, Yi Lu, Portia Newton, Emily Powers, coxed by Sydney Freestone Giles. Like all of at this level, that all of the Wilderness crews are looking really good today at the Year 9 level, and again, you know, if you look, they're making it look quite easy. Rowing very efficiently, like a little bit of splash just coming up, but otherwise, you know, the timing is good. At this level, just getting the blades in and out at the same time, you know, once you've done that, you make a huge leap forward in your overall speed and efficiency.
That's right, Andrew. It's all about the basics here today, but I am very impressed by the quality of rowing that we're seeing at this early start of the season by these junior crews. There's been some really good work by all the schools, and we're seeing some really good blade work and teamwork by the crews at this early season. I just wanted to also shout out to Lane Printing, who are the sponsors of this race. Certainly we're thanking Lane Printing for supplying the stickers and signs you'll see across the course today. So coming up to the finish now, as Andrew mentioned, Wilderness School is coming over the line first, followed by the crew in lane 6, Scotch College, and then a couple of lengths back to a good battle here for third place between
Seymour and Pembroke?
Seymour and Pembroke, that's right. And on your screen now you can see the Wilderness crew coming across now. A couple of lengths back to Scotch College. Here's the battle for third between Pembroke and Wilderness, I think.
Is it Pembroke and Seymour?
Seymour, sorry.
And then Walford coming over the line now.
over in lane 7.
And then I think we've got a Nord Morialta crew finishing. Okay, so now we're onto the Bs. Looks like a full field here. Going from right to left, St. Peter's Girls in lane 1, Wolford in lane 2, Unley High in lane 3, Seymour in lane 4, Pembroke in lane 5, Scotch in lane 6, Wilderness in lane 7, and Loretto in lane 8.
Yeah, it's got a full field in this race of 8 crews stretched out across the course, and they're off to a great start and all looking pretty close in the first couple of 100 metres of this race 8, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9B coxed quad, over 1,000 metres. It's hard to split them, Andrew. Perhaps the Scotch College crew in lane 6 might have a small lead at this stage. But all crews showing some really good form and blade work there in the first 500 metres of this race.
Oops, looks like... oh, look, there's Unley looked to have had a mishap, so they've stopped rowing. So and they're trying to sort of see if they can rectify it. They've got well done. They've started rowing again. But it's a really good battle here between Wilderness and Scotch. And over on the far side, it looks like Wilderness have got the edge there, again, like both crews are showing like very controlled rowing. They're not rating too high. They're really just concentrating on getting it right. And then we come. Oh no! It was Seymour who had the issue. So we've got Unley High coming third, and Wolford fourth. And next we go back to I think it's Pembroke and then Seymour. So just looking, yeah.
A good win there to Wilderness in race 8, being the Schoolgirl Year 8-9B coxed quad, the Wilderness crew of Layla Woodall,
Yep.
Imogen Sutton, Imogen Hawker, Lucy Beaumont, and coxed by Lucia Andre. So congratulations to Wilderness.
Unley High third, Wolford fourth, and really good battle here between Pembroke and Seymour. Seymour have recovered. I think they had an issue earlier in the race, but they did recover really well.
Showing some really good resilience there. Often, as the crews get to learn their boats and understand the equipment, we will see a few equipment failures in this early part of the season, but some really good recovery there by that crew from Seymour. So the next race coming up is race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9A coxed quad. This is a heat in which the first 4 place getters will progress to the A final, and the remaining crews will race off in the B final later in today. So again, over 1,000 metres, scheduled to kick off at 9:40. So the regatta is running well on time. Again, a great shout out to the officials and SA Rowing, who do such a great job down here at West Lakes. I think we've got a start in race 9, being the Schoolgirl Year 8-9A coxed quad.
And we've got all 6 crews there, so they're coming down with about 750 metres to go. At the moment,
it is hard to split them in this early stage, Andrew, isn't it?
That's right. I'm just looking. We've got some very nice colourful caps there. I think Wolford are doing quite well in lane 2.
So on the right-hand side of your screen, we've got Walford in lane 2. I think you might be right, Andrew. They might be marginally in front after about 200 metres.
So there's a few of them wearing pink caps. So looking, yeah, I think that the Walford crew are certainly making an early run.
I think the Scotch crew over in lane 6 are also up there in the yellow, the bright yellow over on the left-hand side of the screen, and also Pembroke to their left on the far left-hand side of the screen. So probably the front runners early in this race. We've got Walford, Scotch and Loretto. Also, just wanted to make a mention of Low Farms, one of SA Rowing's sponsors here today. Low Farms is proudly family-owned and located 20 minutes north of Gawler, producing premium hay, chaff, grain and straw, grown proudly on the Adelaide Plains. So a big shout out to Low Farms, one of the sponsors of SA Rowing in today.
Oh, it looks like Scotch have pushed up on Walford now. So I think Scotch are now in the lead. They're in lane 6, so they're sort of second from the left of your screen. Walford are coming second, and they're both still racing in earnest. But Scotch have really pulled out to a commanding lead now. So. And you can just see as they're coming down to the line, it actually looks like there's a pretty good race between Pembroke and Walford for second and third. Let's just
the Walford crews have a bit of touch of red in their boat, which perhaps celebrating the start of the festive season.
I'm not sure what that is. Sometimes they do it for breast cancer, so supporting the great cause. All right, so this is Scotch College in lane 6 coming down to win that race, and in the closest to us, Walford coming second, and then next we have
Pembroke.
Next we have Pembroke.
So the Scotch crew of Maddie Revell, Eleanor Arundel, Astrid Hogben, Isabelle Naish, Amelia Smith, coached by Ella Bramwell. Congratulations to Scotch. So you'll move through together with the Walford and the Pembroke crews. Did we catch who was fourth in that? I think
no, I didn't. So. So we've got 5 crews coming down for the next heat of the Schoolgirl 8-9 coxed quad. So going from right to left, it's Wilderness, Seymour, Saints Girls, Adelaide High and Unley High. And just as we've seen in the earlier races, it looks like Wilderness are looking very, very strong here. And they're already... out to a lead on the rest of the competition, but it's but the Unley High crew over in lane 7, they
are looking good.
They're close. They're not going to be they're a long way away from the Wilderness crew, but. Wilderness just controlled rowing. The wind conditions have probably died down a little bit, so it's just this is nice, easy water for these girls to navigate.
So in the closing stage of this race, we've got Wilderness over here on the right-hand side of the screen in lane 3. We'll come over the line first to qualify for the A final together with Unley High over on the left-hand side of your screen in lane 7. And then to bring up the other qualifiers, I think we've got a Seymour crew
next.
in lane 4 in third, and then there's a good battle here for the remaining last spot in the A final between St Peter's and Adelaide High. And Andrew, I think the St Peter's girls might just have the wood on the Adelaide High crew for the A final qualification, which we'll see.
There we go. So Wilderness, more than a length over Unley High, and then third was Seymour, fourth Saints Girls, and fifth Adelaide High.
So some great racing there in the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9 coxed quad event, and just like to thank the sponsor of this race, Olga's Foods. Olga's have supplied the sausages and gyros here for sale today, so big shout out to Olga's Fine Foods. So we're moving now to race 11 as we move through the program this morning. Again, a 1,000-metre race, and this is where we've got the some of the new rowers coming up. The Schoolboy Year 7-8D coxed quad over 1,000 metres, race 11. So the first event, we've got 4 crews, 2 St Peter's crews and 2 Scotch crews, and really big day for these rowers. In some cases, maybe will be their first race of their entire rowing career. So congratulations to them, and certainly starting their rowing career this season. So we look forward to them enjoying their rowing, and let's see how the race unfolds this morning.
I think at this level, sometimes going deliberately slower is actually better for boat speed, and it's only as you become more experienced that you can really take that rating up high without your technique falling apart. So at this level, the coaches will have been just asking them to concentrate on things like just getting the timing right. And if they can just get the timing right, they'll see a big increase in their overall boat speed, and actually they'll be able to go faster with relatively less effort.
Andrew, so Miller.
So I think we've got a start underway in the Schoolboy 7-8 D Cox Quad. Two crews from Saints, 2 crews from Scotch. Actually, do we have the second Scotch crew there? I'm not sure. It might just be one Scotch crew out there at the moment. So we've got going from right to left, we've got Saints in lane 3, and then a gap in lane 4, Saints in lane 5, and then Scotch in lane 6. As Mark was saying, they're actually looking pretty good considering most of these crews will have only been rowing for, really a couple of weeks, perhaps a couple of months. But right now, there's no, they're looking pretty good at this stage of their development.
I think that's right, Andrew. It's a real credit to some of the coaches who play such an important role in the sport, and certainly some well-recognised names in the coaching ranks in this race, including Courtney Gunn, Alex Worthington, Jess Davis, and Steve Perry, who coaches Scotch and St Peter's between those coaches. So great job to the coaches, and the crews are looking extremely impressive for this early in the season and as starting in their new sport.
That's right, to have like a former Australian junior representative in Alex Worthington coaching them. That'll be there's a lot of experience, as you said, in the coaching ranks. And I think it's great, we do see people who've had their careers but continue to give back to the sport, whether it's as boat race officials or as coaches. But now looking at it's Steve Perry's crew, St Peter's College number 2. They're looking pretty good in closest to us, and on the right hand side of the screen. So it'll be it's a 1,000-metre race. We should just say this has been sponsored by SES Industrial Services. They're mechanical engineers. Go Pembroke. It's great to see a lot of the Pembroke rowing community getting behind this regatta and supporting them hosting their regatta. So, but now back to the race, and there's a good race developing over on the far side of the course. Actually, Scotch are a little bit ahead of the other Saints crew, but on the right hand side. We're seeing that they would be really, year 7s in their first term of rowing. They're rowing very neatly, and I think Steve Perry will be very, very happy with one of their first outings at this first schools Premiership regatta.
So the St Peter's crew leading the race, just passing the rocks now. So what have we got, Andrew? About 250 metres to go for that crew, and with the Scotch crew and the second St Peter's crew probably about 2 lengths behind. But all crews doing a really great job here in the early part of the season.
So that'll be. That's a great sort of first race from these boys. They'll be very happy. If you just have a look, they're okay. They're not what we would expect after a season or two. But they've only been rowing for a few weeks, and they've actually got they've got the basics right. They are actually, their timing is pretty good. And that's why you're seeing such a big difference between these crews. It's just a matter of just getting that efficiency. So we see the St Peter's crew coming down to finish that race well. They'll be very happy. This might be their first race. It might be certainly their first win. And then we'll have coming down to the finish line is the Scotch crew. They're still working on their timing, and it looks like the other Saints crew have really dropped off. Here they come, and again, you can just sort of see, the reason that the Saints crew won that race so easily is their timing was just better than these 2 crews. But that's plenty to learn, and they'll gain from this experience. next, so we've already got the next race, which is the C race, coming down. And we've got 5 crews there. Oh, there you can see, SES Industrial Services, Mechanical Engineers, go Pembroke.
So 5 crews in this race, being race 12 of today's regatta, over 1,000 metres, the Schoolboy 7-8, Year 7-8 C Cox Quad. So from the right-hand side of your screen, there's St Peter's College number 2 crew, Prince Alfred College number 2 crew, Scotch in the yellow, another Prince Alfred crew, and then on the far left-hand side, St Peter's College 1. And coming through the first 500, it's a pretty close race between these C-level crews. Some really good racing here at the Year 7-8 level. Again, all these crews will be generally novice crews, their first year of rowing, but it's some really good blade work there for this early part of the season.
So it looks like Scotch now in the middle of the field. They're looking pretty good. Their timing is good. Not too much splash coming up, so they've got a nice stable platform. But it's a really good race. You've got PAC pushing up on their left-hand side, and then the St Peter's C crew over on the far side as well. Actually, the St Peter's C crew, I think they might have they might be coming up and challenging Scotch here. So I wonder whether the coxswain has seen that, whether the Scotch cox has seen that. There's actually a really good race.
Good push.
This is a good race for the C-level Year 7 and 8 Schoolboy Cox Quads, and on the left-hand side of the screen we've got the St Peter's College number 1 crew, slightly shading out the other crews. Coming in second, we've got the Scotch crew, which is that in the navy and the yellow combination there, followed by Prince Alfred College crew number 1.
Okay, so the Scotch coxswain has seen what's going on. He's let them know. Scotch are responding, and it looks like Saints don't have too much more left in the tank, and then PAC will come third. So that's Scotch, and then St Peter's second, PAC third.
That was probably the closest race of the regatta so far today, Andrew. That was very exciting. So well done to Scotch College, the crew of Harrison Fletcher, Jack Green, Eli Stewart, Harry Tozer, and Ref Ciardiello. Great coxing there, really lifted the crew there in the last 100 metres to bring them over the line. So congratulations to all the crews in that race. That was an excellent race.
Well done to the cox for realising what was going on. So next we have the 7-8Bs, and we've got a number of. Looks like Saints have got 2 crews in each of these races. Okay. We've got a problem. Looks like Pembroke have had a bit of a shipwreck, this is a lot for the cox to manage. You can just see there in the middle of the field, so that boat's pointing at the wrong angle to be going down the course. So that's unfortunate, but it doesn't. It shouldn't really.
Meanwhile, we've got some really good blade work here by the Prince Alfred College crew over in lane 6, which is leading this race probably by about 2 or 3 lengths. Some really good blade work there by that crew. And then in second place, I think we've got the Scotch crew in lane 4, followed by one of the St Peter's crews, possibly the St Peter's College number 1 crew in lane 3.
I'll look at that. There's a bit of pedigree in the Prince Alfred College crew. At least 2 of the parents rode for Australia, I think. So that's and we can see that the PAC 7-8B crew just coming down doing that very easily. And Scotch, and then one of the St. Peter's College crews coming third.
I heard something. It definitely is connected.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So good win there to Prince Alfred College in race 13, being the Schoolboy Year 7-8B coxed quad, the crew of Hugo El-Khoury, Ethan Laftis, Hudson Pentland, Jack Stunnell, and coxed by Oscar Holding. So well done to all the crews there, some really good racing. So the regatta is going well. We're on time, coming up to race 14, being the Schoolboy Year 7-8A coxed quad over 1,000 metres, set to go off at 10:05. So we can see there they're lining them up at the start. Look, and we've got a full. We've got 7 crews entered for this race, starting from the right-hand side of your screen in lane 2, Christian Brothers. In lane 3, Scotch College. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, Pembroke. Lane 6, St. Peter's College number 1 crew. Lane 7, St. Ignatius. And over on the far side in lane 8, St. Peter's College number 2 crew. And so we're coming up to the pointy end of the Schoolboy 7 and 8 racing, being the A crews. And they should be off very soon. You can see the umpires, Rowing SA umpires, do a great job there in their speedboats, just lining up the crews. You can see either on bow side or stroke side, just tapping to get lined up in the lanes. And again, challenging non-pontoon start, especially for these novice crews at the Schoolboy Year 7 and 8 level. And a great job being done here by the coxswains again, who are new to their craft but doing a great job at this stage of their careers. The umpire's holding them at the start there for quite a while, just getting those crews lined up.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to this morning's regatta. We're just waiting for a start here in race 14, being the Schoolboy Year 7 and 8 A coxed quad, down at the 1,000 metre start. The umpire's doing a great job there. We're ready for a start here at race 14. So back again, we've got a start now in race 14, being the Schoolboy Year 7-8A coxed quad, with a full set of crews across the course here, starting in lane 2, Christian Brothers, Scotch College, Prince Alfred College, Pembroke School, St. Peter's College number 1 crew, St. Ignatius, and St. Peter's College number 2. Can you see who's out of the blocks early, Andrew, from where you're sitting?
I think it looked like PAC. I'll just check that. Actually, I think Scotch in lane 3, looking pretty good.
I think you're right, Andrew. The Scotch College crew in lane 3 off to a really good start there in the Schoolboy Year 7-8A coxed quad race. So the Scotch crew of Thomas King, Ryan Cock, Jack Nelson, Kent Harvey, coxed by Raf Sardello, looking really good there in the early stages of this race.
And also Pembroke are looking good as well in lane 5.
We are seeing some really good racing here in the Schoolboy Year 7, 8 A coxed quad as they come through the first 500 metres of their 1,000 metres event.
Yeah, it's definitely Scotch College in lane 3, Pembroke in lane 5, and then back to PAC in lane 4. The Saints crews over on the far side of the course are a little bit out of it, and also the Christian Brothers crew in lane 2 are well back. But there's a real push coming on from Pembroke now, and they're just two lanes apart. But Pembroke is really pushing up on Scotch. So there's a great race between these traditional rivals, and I think it might be the Pembroke crew over in lane 5.
I think you're right there, Andrew. Pembroke are really have done a real push past the rocks here coming into the last 250 metres of this race. Although Scotch are not throwing in the towel, we're seeing a real push there from Scotch, throwing up a little bit of water, but doing some really good teamwork. Whether they can catch Pembroke in the remaining stages seems to be.
Scotch have got a problem. They've recovered well, but the Pembroke Cox is just having a look over, just seeing if they've got Scotch covered. What a great race for this is like one of their first races ever, and there you can see it. Like the Scotch stroke just missed a stroke, so Pembroke are pulling away to about a length's lead. But no, Scotch is still coming back, and there you go. Look at this. Scotch are racing up, and in the end, it was Pembroke just by a canvas. What you see at this level is the boat speed can change very dramatically, very quickly, and if they get it right, they suddenly see a rapid acceleration. So that was Pembroke first, canvas to Scotch, and PAC third.
Some great racing there in race 14, being the Schoolboy Year 7, 8 A cox quad over 1,000 metres. And we're just seeing some of the other crews coming over the line now to finish up what was a great race for this early stage of the season. So congratulations to all the crews there in this race 14, the Schoolboy Year 7, 8 A cox quad, which was won by Pembroke School crew of Max Van de Meulengroff, Hunter Michel, Will George, Ashton Rudloff, and coxed by Avon Curry. Congratulations to Pembroke, just holding off a fast finishing Scotch College crew there in race 14. So back down at the start, the umpires are sorting out the crews in preparation for race 15, which is the Schoolgirl Year 7, 8 D coxed quad event, Division 1 over 1,000 metres, scheduled to race at 10:10 a.m. So the regatta officials are doing a great job here of keeping the regatta on time. In fact, I think we've got a start here in race 15. So from lane 3, we've got two wilderness crews, a Scotch College crew and another wilderness crew. So heavy presence by the wilderness school here in race 15, being the D coxed quads for the schoolgirls in years 7 and 8.
Yeah, it does show that at this level, wilderness have got a lot of depth, and we saw that in the year 8/9s, that their crews are looking really good, really tidy, very neat, so 3 out of the 4 crews here so this means what wilderness have got D's, E's, and F's, and it's the wilderness D's who are not unsurprisingly doing really well. in lane 3, and then it's back to the another wilderness crew, wilderness number 3. So this is one of their early races, and then coming third is the Scotch crew, and then we've got Wilderness 5. They're coming fourth, but if we have a look at that Wilderness crew coming down, this is, these rowers are at a very early stage in their careers, but they've got the basics right. Their timing is good, and that's probably one of the most important things just to focus on.
I think, Andrew, all crews are showing some really good blade work for this early in the season. I think it's a real credit to the school clubs here that are here today, and their coaches and the crews themselves. We're seeing some really good teamwork and rowing across all crews this morning. So just coming up to finishing this race now, race 15, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D coxed quad. Coming over the line now is the Wilderness School crew of Sienna Canelos, Amelia Adam, Layla Balastrine, Alina Rue, and coxed by Riley Lampbrook. So congratulations to that crew, followed closely by the remaining crews in the race, being the 2 Wilderness crews and Scotch College. So congratulations to those crews who are just finishing now race 15, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D coxed quad over 1,000 metres.
And that race was sponsored by Calm Space Psychology. So thank you, Calm Space.
And the conditions themselves are a little bit calmer than we saw earlier this morning, Andrew. So perhaps thanks to Calm Space Psychology there, maybe they're influencing the conditions, but we are seeing some really great conditions for racing now at just after 10 o'clock this morning. A slight tailwind, which is still challenging for some of these novice crews at this time of the season, but it will lead to some really good times as we go through the regatta this morning. It's almost perfect rowing conditions now as we're heading into the next race, which is race 16 on the regatta program, being the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D coxed quad Division 2. And in this race, we've got, again, a good representation of the strong rowing schools here in Adelaide. Starting in lane 3, Seymour College, lane 4, Walford, and then 2 Wilderness crews, and then another Walford crew over on the far left-hand side in lane 7. And these crews are down at the start, just lining up, and the SA rowing umpires doing a great job there for these non-held starts over 1,000 metres. And the coxswains are showing some really good maturity and poise in setting up their crews for this race at this early stage of the season.
All right. Crews, 2 Walford crews and a Seymour crew. Three of the girls' schools.
We're about to get a start at this Division 2 race of the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D coxed quad over 1,000 metres.
Still just lining up.
Where's our boundary? If we, this is over 1,000, and it's only like, we just felt like we were safe rather than beyond that boundary.
It's great to see all the schools down here today. This is a really well represented regatta. Thanks very much to Pembroke School, who always do a great job in organising their annual regatta. Also, another mention of some of the sponsors of SA Rowing, especially Wintec Racing. Wintec are a supporter of this event and are to be ahead on and off the water. Wintec Racing are proud of their innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. So we really appreciate Wintec Racing's support of SA Rowing. And it's great to see all the club marquees and flags down there on the grass. The scene is really looking a picture for today's regatta, and it's great to see all the all the clubs and schools strongly representing this regatta at this early stage of the season. So still lining up down at the 1,000 metre mark for race 16, being the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D Coxed Quad, Division 2. So we should have the start there any moment.
Yeah, I can see 5 crews down there. They look to be reasonably well lined up from here. You can just see the 5 crews, and then the boat race official, the starter, in the yellow boat, just sitting just behind them. So the coxes are responsible for getting them lined up. They're just using, just light touch on one side just to make sure they're heading in the right direction, heading straight down the course. It can be quite hard, especially if you've got a crosswind, just to keep that position and just to make sure that you're not heading off at an angle. That's when you can have accidents and crashes if one of the crews, and that can happen at pretty senior levels too. Okay. Looks like we've started, and off they go. So from right to left, it's the Seymour crew, then it's Walford 1, then Wilderness 2, and then Wilderness 4, and then Walford 1. And have a look at this boat. The boat's coming over because the 2 Wilderness crews were just coming a bit close together, and so the boat race official has just come behind them, and the coxes have separated those crews. And especially at this level, this is, for the coxes, this is one of their first races, and if we have a look, I think there's a bit of distance between the wilderness crew in the middle and the Wolford crew just there. Now the wilderness 2 are now heading in the right directions. They've already covered a bit more ground than they needed to.
Yeah, so great recovery there by the coxswain of the Wilderness 2 crew. So we've got a really good race coming down after about the first 300 metres of race 16 being the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D Cox Quad. I'd say we might have the Walford crew over in lane 7 out to a slight lead at about the 300 metre mark. Potentially in second place, the Wilderness crew number 2, I believe, and in third, followed closely by the second Walford crew. So some really good racing here in the early stages of race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D Coxed Quad Division 2.
I think Wilderness 2 in the middle. They're looking good. They had a few steering issues to begin with, but they've fixed that now, and they're now out to a comfortable lead over the rest of the field, so this is the Year 7-8Ds, Schoolgirl Year 7-8Ds. So they're displaying sort of better timing, I think. But they've actually got like a challenge coming up on their right hand side from Seymour. Seymour have also picked up, and they're not rating too high, but they're the Seymour crew right on the right hand side. So in lane 3, they're looking very neat, and they might actually have gone past Wilderness. And you've also got the Walford 1 over on the far side, are also looking pretty good. So this is really good, and although they're sort of spread out a bit, you can see that there's a great race going on from like Walford on the left-hand side, Wilderness in the middle, and Seymour on the right-hand side. And the rowers won't sort of have much of a sense of where they are in the race, so it's up to the coxes to to really sort of transmit that. But I think what we're seeing is Wilderness have slipped back a little bit, and it may be that that Wolford over on the far side are actually motoring ahead. So look, all three crews are really showing good timing. They're not getting into trouble, and they're sort of they're efficient with their strokes. So Wilderness have just dropped back a bit now, and it's a really good race between Wolford and Seymour. And at the moment, I think Seymour is actually moving ahead.
This is a great race in race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8D coxed quads, the last 100 metres, and I think we've got Wolford over there in lane 7, possibly just holding off Seymour. Is they coming up to the line now?
No, but I think Seymour.
Yes.
Seymour are just. Let's just see how they've done it. So they've they're going very. They're not rating too high, but they're just focusing. So there we can see. Seymour, by 3/4 of a length, have beaten the Wolford Anglican 1 Ds, and then the Wilderness School 2. So Wilderness School, they had an interesting race. They had some steering issues at the start. They did get out to an early lead, but things can change very quickly at this level.
So congratulations to Seymour there for their win in, I think might be their first win today. Congratulations to the Seymour crew of Harriet Wise, Sophie Seacamp, Elsa Pozza, Jessica Lobban, and really well coxed there by Lila McCrow. So congratulations to the Seymour College crew, but some great racing thrown up also by the Wilderness and Wolford crews.
Okay.
And it's really great to see such spirited competition between the crews at this early stage of the season, and they're a credit to their clubs and the coaches and themselves for coming together at such a high standard at this early stage of the season. So well done crews in race 16. So we're moving now, Andrew, to race 17, which is the Schoolgirl Year 7-8 Level C coxed quad, again over 1,000 metres, scheduled to race at 10:20, and we do have a start in that race across from lane 2, Wilderness, lane 3, Scotch, St Peter's Girls, Walford Anglican, Pembroke, and over in lane 7, Seymour. So again, all crews off to a really good start here in race 17.
I think Wilderness in lane 2 are looking. They're looking very good. If I look across the field, yeah, I would say that the Wilderness crew in lane 2, they've got a good lead over the rest of the field. If we have a look over on the far side, one of those crews. Okay, they've corrected that. There was just looked like they had a bit of a steering issue.
So I think you're right, Andrew. We've got Wilderness in lane 2, probably an early leader, and then over on the far side, Pembroke and Seymour fighting neck and neck and challenging Wilderness.
And Saints Girls in lane 4, like they're really pushing up too. So.
You're right. You could almost throw a blanket over the first 5 crews here. It's some really great racing here in race 17 in the Schoolgirl Year 7-8C Cox Quad. It's great to see such excellent racing at this early stage of the season, and we'll wait and see as they're coming up to the rocks with about 300 metres to go. We've got Wilderness probably holding a lead by maybe a length to 1.5 lengths, but still plenty of time for the other crews. I'd also like to mention the sponsor of this race, the MGA Insurance Group.
Oh, Seymour. I think it's just like, so the boat race official is just going over there. So Seymour on the far side, they're just having an issue with some of the conditions. I think it can, just by that outlet by the lakes, it can get a little bit rough.
It's a bit choppy.
So So they've stopped rowing, unfortunately. But let's look at the Wilderness. So there's a great battle going on for second and third. But the Wilderness crew out in lane 2, great boat run. They've got this race in hand. And next we go, it's like Saints Girls coming second. Great race with Wolford in third. Wolford just having some issues with their timing there, but that's something that they can work on. And these girls have only been racing for a month or two, and then we have Pembroke coming fourth. So here we go. Oh,
And some great recovery there by
Okay.
the Seymour
Wilderness-
College crew.
yeah.
Who-
So
who-
Wilderness first, and next we have Saints Girls coming second. Next we have Wolford coming third, and fourth is Pembroke.
So well done to all the crews there in race 17. So Wilderness School over the line first, the crew of Jessica Felstead, Lily Nichols, Isabel Flowers, Ruby Fremantle, and some great coxing there by Ella Smart. And we've now seen Scotch coming over the line now. So well done Scotch to complete race 17, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8 C Cox Quad. Some really great racing being shown by the Year 7-8 schoolgirls at this early stage of the season, so congratulations to them. Which brings us now to race 18, being the Schoolgirl Year 7-8 B Coxed Quad, again over 1,000 metres, and we have a start in that race. They're probably down through the first 300 metres. This is we've got 8 crews entered in this race, and I think we have all of them racing from lane 1, Loretto, Scotch, Walford, Wilderness, lane 5, Pembroke, St Peter's Girls, Pulteney Grammar and Seymour College. So almost all rowing schools represented in this Schoolgirl B Cox Quad race over 1,000 metres.
What do you think, Mark?
I think possibly St Peter's Girls in lane 3 are looking... the Walford crew in lane 3, Andrew, I think might be leading. But it's very close to call with about 400 metres to go.
Let's have a look. I have to declare a conflict in this race, but I do agree that the Wolford crew in lane 3 are looking very neat. They've got their timing going really well, and I know that their coach will be very pleased with that effort.
So over in lane, so Walford being followed over in lane 8 by Seymour, who are still challenging, I think, and the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 7, and then the remaining crews all fighting it out for the minor placings. But as we're coming to the last couple of hundred metres here, the Walford crew are showing some really clean blade work, coming up to the line, rowing really strongly there, and with about 100 metres to go, I expect we'll see the Walford crew take out this race, being race 18, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8B Coxed Quad. So congratulations there to Walford, crossing the line now.
And a really good race between the other crews. So we're seeing Wolford bleeding by over a length. It's probably Seymour, but look, there's 3. Oh no, it's let's see, it's Wilderness, Pembroke, Pulteney and Seymour. Like a really close race between all of those crews.
So congratulations to all the crews in that race, race 18, Schoolgirl Year 7-8B Cox Quad over 1,000 metres, won by Walford School, and the crew there of Allegra Prince, Amelia Viacelli, Imogen Griffith, Alice Milne, Harper Thomas, and coached by by Georgina Southcott. So congratulations to that crew, and congratulations to all the crews in that very exciting race. So we now have a start in race 19, which is the Schoolgirl Year 7-8A coxed quad. Again, a full race here, starting in lane 2 Loretto, lane 3 Pembroke, lane 4 St Peter's Girls, lane 5 Seymour College, Walford, Scotch, and over on the far side we've got Wilderness. So probably halfway through the race now, about 500 metres gone, and I think in the lead we have the crew possibly in lane 2 Loretto.
Yeah, they're looking really good in lane 2, coached by Deanna Macalino and Francesca Lennon. They've really come out to an early lead over the rest of the field. Okay, so this race is sponsored by the Ponty family from Pembroke. Go Pembroke! Thank you to the Ponty family. Let's look at Loretto Marriotteville in lane 2. Good timing, stable platform, and that just makes it much easier at this level. I've said it before, but I think if a crew can get this right, it just makes it so much easier. So they're able to just it's a very much controlled, but they do have a challenge coming up alongside them from Pembroke, and they're able to sort of respond to that challenge. And then over on the far side, Wilderness School are out there too, but Loretto are looking really good. That's really controlled rowing. They're probably being outrated by the other crews, but they're actually able to use much more efficiency. They've got much more run on the boat, and that just gives them the ability to respond to any challenge. So really good racing at this level, and well done to those coaches for that's really nice rowing. And then we have second Pembroke, and then third is the Wilderness School over on the far side.
So a great win there to Loretto at race 19, the Schoolgirl Year 7-8A coxed quad, and it was great to hear some really good support from the beach there as we're getting into the pointy end of the 7-8 Schoolgirl coxed quad. So a great win there by the Loretto crew of Evie Blanks Saunders, Olivia Pisaniello, Abby Deans, Lucy Bell, and some great coxing by Portia Katsaros. So also congratulations to the Pembroke and Wilderness schools there, and also all the other crews in that race, which was very exciting for the A Cox quad for the Schoolgirl Year 7 and 8s. So that's race 19, over 1,000 metres done and dusted. So congratulations to all the Schoolgirl Year 7 and 8 Cox quad crews. Some really excellent racing there over the last half an hour or so, and we wish those schoolgirls and all the Year 7-8 crews a fantastic season in their first year of rowing, and hopefully the second half of the season after the summer break will be just as exciting for you.
Now we're 8-9D final. So we've got we've got 5 crews here. We've got 3 from St Peter's, 1 from Pembroke, and 1 from Pulteney Grammar. And this race is sponsored by the Fong family from Pembroke. Go Pembroke! So it looks like the St Peter's crew out in the middle of the field. So that's St Peter's 4, and that's the crew of Hunter Ingham, Zach Michaels, Finn Woods, Joshua Tui, and Oliver Nugent. They're really dominating the race right now. And then second, I think is St Peter's College E crew, and they're in lane 5. And then third is a battle between Pulteney Grammar and Pembroke, and then the St Peter's F crew, they're having a bit of trouble in lane 2 with the boys, so they'll sort that out. They're back on track now, so but it's really that St Peter's College number 4 crew or the D crew. They're looking. Okay. So, they've had a mishap. So they need to get going. And if you just have a look at that. Here we go. If you just have a look at that crew in the middle, someone's caught a crab, and they're trying to get going, but they've been passed by the E crew on their left-hand side, and so they need to get going if they want to get back into this race. And they're underway, and they're now really charging up. So we're going to have a really good finish here, because the Saints crew in the middle, Saints 4, they had it all their own way. They've had another mishap. So, and that's what can happen at this level. So, look, it looks like the Saints E crew. There you can see. Look, unfortunately, the bow has got a problem. He can't get his oar out. So the Saints E crew are going to have bragging rights, and obviously, with such a big program, there's competitive selection pressure up and down. So that's the Saints E crew. Well done. They held it together, and look, the Saints crew, really good boat speed, but they just had a couple of crabs, and that's something that they'll need to work on. Just when things happen under pressure, and then Pembroke are coming through for third.
And so we're seeing the other crews of Pulteney and the other St Peter's.
The Saints F crew is going to beat Pulteney, so there you go. Three Saints crews over Saints F crew, 4th, and Pulteney 5th.
And again, Andrew, I thought we saw some really exciting racing in that crew. Certainly interspersed with some equipment failure, but as those of us who tuned into the Tokyo Olympics earlier this year, those sort of things even happen at the highest level, and we saw the English Coxless 4 men's crew go off course in the closing stage of their gold medal race. So these sort of equipment failures, it's all part of the sport, and it can happen at every level. So I'm sure that the crews today who are experiencing some technical failures will learn from that and come back stronger in their next race. So congratulations to all the crews there who made the final of the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9 D coxed quad, which saw a good win by the St Peter's College E crew, and congratulations to the other crews in that race, being the Pembroke School, Pulteney Grammar, and the other St Peter's crews. So congratulations to the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9 Ds. And now we're moving on to race 21, which is another final, being the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9 C Cox Quad. And again, we've got a start in that race.
We've got five crews here. So we do have. Let's have a look. Adelaide High, Saints, Pembroke, Scotch. Hold on. So it's Adelaide High, Pulteney Grammar, Saints, Pembroke. Looks like Scotch are there. They're not in the program, but they are. There is certainly a Scotch crew out there racing. So it's probably at the moment. I think it's a bit of a race. We see that there's quite a good race going on between St Peter's College in the middle and Pembroke to the left of them. So that's St Peter's College in the middle of the field, the blue with the blue shirts. And then Pembroke to the left in the green shirt. So there's a really good race. So in the Year 8 9C, so I see. That's so. Let's have a look. It's hard to tell. Saints might be travelling a little bit better, but really good race going on there for the lead.
I think that's right, Andrew. So the crews are just coming through the 500 metre mark, coming up to the rocks now, and we have a really good battle here between the St Peter's College crew in lane 4, being significantly challenged by the very strong Pembroke crew on their left-hand side in lane 5, and then probably a length to the rest of the field. But again, the crews of Adelaide High, Pulteney and Scotch College are also rowing really well, and there's a real battle there for third place as all crews are passing the rocks now, coming onto the beach with about 250, 300 metres to go. And we've got, as you can see there, you've got St Peter's who are doing their best to hold off a very fast finishing Pembroke crew here in race 21, the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9C coxed quad. So congratulations to all the crews, and we're coming into the last 200 metres. And some spirited challenge there from the Pembroke crew, but the St Peter's crew rowing some really good teamwork there, just holding them off by about a length as we're coming down to the last 100 metres of this race.
Yeah, you can just look at that. They've both got great boat run, and you can sort of see the difference between, like another season of rowing. They're rowing beautifully together. Both these crews, the Saints crew will now just be able to see the Pembroke crew just out of their peripheral vision. They're going to win this by 1.5 lengths to the Pembroke crew. And now we'll have
that was a very tight finish there between I think the Pulteney crew and Andrew. I'm just wondering whether that Scotch crew was actually a Norwood Morialta crew, as it is in the program.
They were in yellow, so
anyway,
I'm not sure what's happened there, but
a great race there in the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9C coxed quad final, over 1,000 metres, a win to St Peter's College, the crew of James Yeager, Daniel Rocker, Oscar Worm, Joe Fitzgerald, and some great coxing there by Henry Whiteman, just holding off a really strong challenge by the Pembroke crew of Christos Leonardos, Yong Wang, Johnny Liu, Tom Rowett and Catherine Watts. So for those who have just arrived, welcome today to the regatta hosted by Pembroke School. We're coming up to race 22. Here in the commentary position, it's myself, Mark Miller, and Andrew Southcott. We're having great pleasure to bring the racing to you. Please excuse us if some of our commentary is a little bit behind the live finishing. Some parts of the racing we're watching off the great service that SA Rowing provide by live streaming, so we may be a couple of seconds out, but nevertheless, hopefully we can add a little bit of value. So coming up to race 22, which is another final, moving into the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9B coxed quad, again over 1,000 metres, and we do have a start in that race, which is brought to you by Townsend Orthodontics, providing specialist orthodontic treatment for adults and children with practices located at Burnside Village and Nuriutpa in the Barossa Valley. So thanks again to Townsend's and all the sponsors of today's regatta and SA Rowing generally.
So we've got a start, and we've got 8 crews. So this is the full every lane at West Lakes occupied, and you can see on our screen you can see all of the crews are sort of travelling up on the right hand side, but just going from right to left, we have Unley High in lane 1, Pembroke in lane 2. Pulteney Grammar in lane 3, St Peter's College 2 in lane 4, PAC in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, and then we've got Adelaide High in lane 7, and Norwood Morialta High in lane 8. but looks to be the crews in the middle of the field who are doing the best. I think it's a race between lane 4 and lane 5. So you've got, right in the middle of the screen, you've got the St. Peter's crew in lane 4 and Prince Alfred College in lane 5. They're having a really good battle. It does look like the St. Peter's crew probably has the edge. That's the crew of George Quigley, Jack Hayter, Marcus Pickard, Lawrence Anderson, and Banjo Yates.
I think that's right, Andrew. Just coming up past the 500 metre mark, the St. Peter's crew has about a length lead over the rest of the field, headed by the Prince's crew there in lane 5. So we'll wait as they're coming up to the rocks now. So with about 350 metres to go, we'll see if the St. Peter's crew can hold off what looks like a very fast finishing Prince Alfred crew, renowned for their finishes, the Prince Alfred crew. So we'll see if the St. Peter's crew can hold off the Prince's crew. And both of these crews, in fact all the crews in this final, looking really impressive and very well drilled by the coaches.
Some really good display of rowing there. We're just focusing on St. Peter's. Okay, so St. Peter's are now just lifting the rating, and their technique is not coming apart at all. And Prince's are doing the same. So these schools have a long-standing traditional rivalry. Begins very early, and so both of them are keen to have the edge on their competitors. But also, let's not forget there's a really great race going on. We've got Pulteney. And Pembroke and Scotch College having a great race for third. It's actually Pulteney. Pulteney are coming up for third, Pembroke fourth, and then Norwood Morialta fifth, and Adelaide High sixth.
So a great race there in the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9 B coxed quad over 1,000 metres race, 22 provisional placings there. Was the race won by the St. Peter's College number 2 crew of George Quigley, Jack Hayter, Marcus Pickard, Lawrence Anderson and coxed by Banjo Yates, with the fast finishing Prince Alfred crew in second place of Angus Williams, Angus Fremantle, Milo Katsaris, Will McKay and Tiago Barlow. So congratulations to those 2 crews, plus all the other crews in that very exciting race of the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9B coxed quad final over 1,000 metres. Some really excellent performances by all the crews there at this early stage of the season. So we're moving next, Andrew, to race 23, which is the B final of the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9 A coxed quad. So we've got 3 crews in this race, Adelaide High, St. Ignatius and Christian Brothers. And I think we'll see some very spirited racing as these crews are coming now down past the 500 metres. I think St. Ignatius in the red cap are leading, probably by about a length back to maybe Adelaide High, closest to the beach, and Christian Brothers over on the far side in lane 5 still holding on closely. So it's a very close race here as we're coming down past the rocks in the last 300 metres.
St. Ignatius they've had a bit of they've recovered really well, but that means it's suddenly given Adelaide High an opportunity. But it looks like they've recovered. It was just one stroke that they missed, and it does look like St. now the same's happened to Adelaide High.
I think CBC on this side. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
It's Adelaide High.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good race between St. Ignatius and Adelaide High. They've both had a few sort of tricky strokes. Okay, so St Ignatius are going to take that one out. Just 3/4 of a length to Adelaide High, and Christian Brothers third.
So some great racing there in the Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad race, the B final. Congratulations to the St Ignatius crew there of James Evans, Levi Villios, Keenan McCormick, Alexander Kavanagh, and Finn McCormick. So congratulations to that crew, and well done also to the Adelaide High and Christian Brothers crews. That was a very exciting race in the B final of the Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad. So now down at the start, Andrew, we've got race 24, which is the Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad, the A final. And we've got a full complement of lanes here. 6 crews from our side here on the beach in lane 2: Unley, Scotch, Pembroke, PAC St Peters, and over on the far side, Norwood Moriauta. This is race 24, Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad, the A final over 1,000 metres.
Is this where the PA announcements are coming from?
Yeah.
Can I speak to someone and make a call for me, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still waiting for a start on the Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad, and 6 crews lined up. From right to left, so this race has been sponsored by the Lee family from Pembroke. Go Pembroke. So from right to left, we have Unley High in lane 2, Scotch College in lane 3, Pembroke in lane 4, Prince Alfred College in lane 5, St Peter's College in lane 6, and Norwood Moriauta in lane 7. So still waiting to have a start. Still waiting for a start. Did you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so they're going to be starting very shortly. Yep, they're underway, and
Could I just jump in? We've just got a request from the regatta officials. Could a representative from the Walford year 7 and 8 coxed quad race 18 please attend at the regatta official centre? Thank you. So here we are, we've got a start now in race 24, being the Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad A final. This race is sponsored by the Lee family from Pembroke. Today's regatta sponsors, Go Pembroke. So in this race, from lane 2, Unley High, Scotch College, Pembroke, Prince Alfred, in lane 6, St Peters, and over on the far side, Norwood Moriauta, being the race 24, Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quad, the A final over 1,000 metres. As we probably about first 300 metres road, and we're seeing a really good performance here by the Scotch College crew in lane 3, and also the Prince Alfred crew in lane 5. We've got some really good conditions now for racing, a slight tailwind, but as you can see the water's looking very flat, and we're seeing some really good quality blade work by these Schoolboy year 8-9 coxed quads. Coming through the 500 metre mark now, you'll see that we've got a really good battle here between the Prince Alfred crew in lane 5 and the Scotch College crew in lane 3, and then a really good race between the remaining crews for third place, being the Unley High crew, Pembroke, St Peters and Norwood Moriauta in this race. 24, the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Coxed Quad A final. Coming up to the rocks now, we've got some the Prince Alfred crew battling the Scotch crew. Probably got about a length on the Scotch crew coming up to the beach with about 250 metres to row. The Scotch crew is really throwing everything it has at the Prince's crew, but the Prince's crew are looking really good there, and at this stage holding the Scotch crew off as we're coming down to the last 200 metres. So about three. So Prince Alfred crossing the line now for a great win in the Schoolboy Year 8 and 9A Coxed Quad. We've got a really good battle here for third place with the Unley High School crew coming over the line in third place. So congratulations, Unley. So a good win there in race 24, the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Coxed Quad A final won by Prince Alfred College, the crew of Marco Worth, Gil Wakelin, Max Garnett, Oliver Smith and Alex Hamoud. Congratulations to PAC and also all the other crews who managed to make the A final there of the Schoolboy Year 8-9 Coxed Quad over 1,000 metres. So down at the start, we're moving now to race 25, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9D Coxed Quad final over 1,000 metres. And thanks to the Ponty family from Pembroke for sponsoring this race. Go Pembroke. We really appreciate the various families who've sponsored the races here today at this Pembroke Regatta, and also the sponsors of Rowing SA, including the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centre. No matter what season, even if cold or windy, the Largs Bay Swim Centre teaches children to swim in the 25-metre heated pool all year round. So the crews here in the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9D Cox Quad final from Lane 2, Seymour College, then 2 Wilderness crews, Scotch College in Lane 5, another Wilderness crew in Lane 6, and over on the far side, the second Scotch College E crew. And at this early stage of the race, it appears that we may have the Wilderness crew.
But I think also the Seymour College crew in Lane 2 are looking very good too. So they're at the sort of right hand side of our screen. I do agree. Wilderness are looking good, but I think Seymour might have the edge in Lane 2 on the right hand side.
I think you might be right, Andrew. It's a very strong race here, the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9D Coxed Quad final over 1,000 metres. As the crews are coming up to about 500 metres of the race, we might have a small lead by Seymour College in Lane 2, but being very strongly challenged by the Wilderness crew in Lane 4, and only a length or so back to the rest of the field. So it's still really anybody's race as we go through the 500 metre mark of this Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9D Coxed Quad race over 1,000 metres. Some really good blade work there by all the crews, in particular the Seymour College crew in Lane 2 and the Wilderness crew in Lane 4. They're neck and neck coming up to about the 600 metre mark, almost about 100 metres away from the rocks. But I think the Wilderness crew in Lane 4 may have slightly nudged ahead, Andrew.
I agree. They're travelling much better at this stage. Looking very comfortable out in the middle of the course, and they've now got like clear water between them and any of their rivals. And I think it's now between the Seymour College is coming second, and I think Scotch College in lane 5. There's a battle now between Seymour in lane 2 on the right hand side, and Scotch College over on the left hand side in their yellow vests.
Scotch are really throwing down the gauntlet here in the last 300 metres. They're really challenging Seymour for that second spot, but out in the front, rowing really well as a year 8 and 9 coxed quad. We can see the Wilderness School crew there looking really, really good in the last 200 metres as they're coming up to the line there with clear water between them, and a real battle here for the second place between the Scotch and Seymour crews. So supporters, bring your crews home over these last couple of 100 metres. We're seeing some really great racing here today, and this race is no exception.
Yeah, I think the wind has just probably picked up a little bit too, so it's not making it any rougher, but it's probably making it a little bit faster. So we see like very easy win there for the Wilderness School crew, but a real battle developing between Seymour and Scotch. And you can see Seymour are closest to us, and Scotch are on the far side. And right now, I think it's Seymour. Seymour are actually just travelling a little bit better, a little bit smoother. And now you see, like, that's the Seymour crew coming down for second, and then back to look the Scotch crew. They threw a lot at that race, and now they're going to finish third.
So congratulations to all the crews in that race, the Schoolgirl Year 8, 9D, Cox Quad Final, provisional winners Wilderness School, crew of Amelie Paul, Isla Goodson, Tiara Pullinen, Miranda Wells and Hannah Yo. So congratulations to that crew and the other placed crews of Seymour, Scotch, the other two Wilderness crews. Some really great racing there by all the crews, as we see now here, just coming up to finish things off. I think that is is that a training crew possibly? Yeah. There's only three scullers. So that now moves us to the C grade Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9 Cox Quad Final, scheduled to race at 11:05. So the regatta officials are doing a great job today in keeping the regatta on time, sponsored by Pembroke School. We really appreciate all the work the Pembroke School fraternity have done in bringing the regatta here today. Also, shout out to the Rowing SA sponsors, including TAP Electrical. TAP Electrical have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide's residential, commercial and property management clients with a customer-centric focus. They have a reputation of developing Adelaide's best electrician experience, so please keep TAP Electrical in mind for all your electrical needs. Looking at race 26, Andrew, I think this should be one of the better races on today's program. It's a really strong race here between all the main rowing schools here. We've got in lane 2 Walford, Pembroke, Wilderness, Scotch in lane 5 Seymour and Norwood Moriata in lane 7. So I think we should see a really great race here for race 26, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9 C Coxed Quad Final.
Yeah, the great thing about schoolgirl racing is that the schools are all pretty even. You know, there's not, we do sort of see in the boys, especially in the senior ranks, it can be, it very much can be a 2-horse race. But here at this level, there's like any number of girls' schools that will be competitive, especially at in the junior ranks. So let's have a look. So they're underway now, and I think it's Pembroke and I think it's probably Wilderness again. So we're seeing like in the junior ranks, Wilderness are very strong. They're boating a lot of crews, and probably right now it's in lane 4 in the middle. So in the white Zooties. It looks like the Wilderness crew are probably travelling the best at this stage.
I think we may have just had a slight steering malfunction from the Pembroke crew in lane 3. The
Right.
umpire boat just coming behind there to provide a bit of assistance, but the Pembroke cox, Hannah of Adelaide Mel, are doing a great job in correcting that crew and bringing them back on track. And as we saw at the Tokyo Olympics, that happens at the top level with the English men's coxless 4 crew having steering difficulties in the last 100 metres of its gold medal race. So back to the really exciting race here as they're coming up to about the 500 metre mark, and after our early call that Wilderness School got off to a good lead, I think they are being significantly challenged by the other crews in the race.
Yep.
Now, in particular, Scotch College on their left-hand side in lane 5. Scotch are really putting in a real push here through the middle of the race, and a really challenging Wilderness as we come through about the 600 metre mark, just coming up to the rocks.
Yes, no, that's right, and I think Scotch have really thrown down the challenge to Wilderness, and let's see who cracks first. Right now, I mean, Wilderness are aware that they're being challenged on their left-hand side, and look, the boat race official is still focused on that Pembroke crew. So, but now if you look now, I think you can say Scotch have gone past Wilderness. So, and let's just see, are they? So, they're both rating about the same, and I think Scotch are just getting some better, but they're probably just rowing a little bit better together, and they're just getting some better boat run. What do you think, Mark?
That was a great 300 metre push by Scotch College, and you're right, Andrew. They've probably drawn out to about a length and a half lead over the Wilderness School, but Wilderness is still rowing well, and they're holding off a strong challenge from Seymour College in lane 6, who are currently in 3rd place. But as we're coming up to the end of the race with about 10 strokes to go, a good win here to the Scotch College crew in the Schoolgirl Year 8-9 C Cox Quad Final. Congratulations to Scotch College coming over the line now, followed closely by the very impressive Wilderness crew, who went out really hard early in that race, and then followed in 3rd place by the Seymour College crew, and the other crews of Pembroke, Walford and Morialta also coming home now in what was a very exciting Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9 C Coxed Quad Final. Congratulations to all the crews in that race, and in particular the first place getters of Scotch College, the crew of Isabel Mackenzie, Sophia Jackson, Georgina Raff, Stacey Webb and Imogen Kapaya. So congratulations to that crew, plus all the others in that very exciting C level Schoolgirl 8 and 9 Cox Quad Final. Andrew, followed closely now by race 27.
I just wanted to say that Scotch sea crew really controlled rowing, and that they rowed through Wilderness. So that was really well done, and they did it sort of not by rating higher. It was just rowing a little bit better, and you can see the difference at this stage. But right now, we're now on to the Schoolgirl 8-9Bs. Really good race going on here between Scotch. Okay, so I think it's between Scotch and Wilderness. Right in the middle, and there's really nothing between them. So we just again, there's really nothing to separate these two crews. So great race between Wilderness closest to us. Look, Scotch might have it, but they've just got it by a couple of seats. And just have a look at that racing. So let's just have it. Yeah, it just looks like Scotch have just come up by a couple of seats on Wilderness. Then we've got Seymour and Unley. Oh, look at that! No. So there you go. Wilderness beat.
that might be one for the judges. Might be a photo there, Andrew. That's probably our closest race of the day. It was very hard to separate Wilderness and Scotch there on the finish line. Congratulations to both of those crews, and also some fast finishing crews there across the field. Really, it was a very high quality race in the Schoolgirl Year 8-9B coxed quad, and we're really seeing some great talent here at this level of schoolgirl rowing, especially at this early stage of the season. I think we might have to send that one to the judges for a photo finish, but not much to separate the Wilderness crew and the Scotch crew. The Wilderness crew there of Layla Woodall, Imogen Sutton, Imogen Hawker, Lucy Beaumont and Lucia Andre, battling neck and neck down the course with the Scotch crew of Ella Sweet, Lucy Sterling, Holly Just, Sophie Comerford and Hannah Jeffrey. So congratulations to both of those crews and the other fast finishing crews that made up Race 27, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9B coxed quad. So congratulations to all the crews in that race. We're moving now to the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9A coxed quad event, race 28. So the B final, we've got in lane 3 Loretto, St Ignatius in the middle and Adelaide High over on the far side, and some really strong racing here as we're coming up to the rocks with, I would say, St Ignatius slightly ahead of the Adelaide High crew, but a very exciting race here in the B final of the 8-9 Level A coxed quad schoolgirls, race 28. As they're coming through the rocks, Adelaide High is really throwing down a challenge now to the St Ignatius crew, and I think may be slightly ahead, but it's a really good race here between St Ignatius and Adelaide High in the B final of the Schoolgirl 8-9A coxed quad. Coming past the beach now, probably about 300 metres to go, neck and neck. Some really exciting racing here today, so the pressure will be on these crews to hold things together and dig deep over this last 250 metres. And you can really see the Adelaide High crew there being coxed really well by Bree Backman. Although the Norwood crew is also coming back, and I think Norwood may just have a slight advantage by a canvas in the last 200 metres.
Oh, it's close. It's really close. So this is some great racing. Oh, so let's just have a look. So great racing here between St Ignatius and Adelaide High, and nothing between them. Oh no, there's Adelaide High just caught a crab. So, so that means St Ignatius will just. There was nothing between those two crews, but that's what can happen when the pressure comes on. Just like slight technical issue. So, St Ignatius first, Adelaide High second, Loretto Marriotteville third. So that was the B final of the Schoolgirl 8-9A coxed quad. So now we come to the A final, Year 8-9A coxed quad, and we should have a full field here of 8 crews, and I think they're just about to start. So there we go. Start is underway. From right to left, we have Norwood Morialta in lane 1, Pembroke in lane 2. Walford in lane 3, and Wilderness in lane 4, Scotch in lane 5, Unley High in lane 6, Seymour in lane 7, and Saints Girls in lane 8. So showing the depth of junior rowing in the girls' ranks. We've got 11 A crews, so only 8 can make it in the A final. And just at this stage, Norwood Morialta looked pretty good in lane 1. Pembroke, oh no, that's once again. I think Wilderness in lane 4, looking very good. Challenged by Scotch to their left in lane 5. That's probably where the race is gonna come from. in this final. But I'd have to say that the Wilderness crew is looking great in lane 4. They're in a comfortable position over their opponents. So right now it's Wilderness, Scotch second, probably Unley High third, Seymour fourth, Walford fifth. But right now it's all Wilderness. Scotch are challenging. Unley High have just had a bit of a mishap, and they've got Seymour challenging them on their left-hand side. But it's all Wilderness. Wilderness leading by about a length over Scotch, and then a length back to the other crews. So Wilderness, they've now got a couple of 100 metres to get home, and they're just pushing. They're clear water between them and Scotch College. And Scotch College are going to be a clear second. And then there's a great race between Walford, Unley High and Seymour. So right now you can just see, okay, Wilderness first, Scotch second. Walford have really pushed up in this last piece. So let's just see what happens for third. So closest to us, Walford, then Unley High, then Seymour. And what's going to happen? So at the moment, it's Seymour, Unley High, Walford, but this is going to be a very close finish, and it's actually no, and then what did we have? Nord Morialta as well. So really close from third to sixth was about a canvas. So great racing at this level.
That's right, Andrew. We're seeing some really great racing here at the Schoolgirl Year 8-9A Cox Quad Final. Congratulations there to a win by the Wilderness crew of Bella Carrick, Gia Rinaldi, Olivia Cardone, Isabel Jackson and Madeline Ford. And also congratulations to the other crews in the event, Scotch, Walford Pembroke, Norwood, Unley, Seymour and St Peter's Girls. Some really great racing there in the A final of the Schoolgirl 8-9A Cox Quad. And that race is brought to you by the Ponty family from Pembroke. Go Pembroke, and it's really great to see the support that the Pembroke families are providing to the Pembroke School Rowing Club, who are the hosts of today's regatta.
Okay, so I've got a request for a representative from the Wilderness School Year 7-8B Coxed Quad, if they can report to the regatta officials. Okay, I have a request for the whole crew to report to regatta control. Thank you.
Thanks. We actually removed Walford.
I understand.
So at the conclusion of that, the race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 8 and 9A Cox Quad Final, which was a great win by Wilderness School, that takes us to the conclusion of this first morning session of racing here at today's regatta hosted by Pembroke School. I think we've seen some really great racing by the 7-8s and 8-9s this morning, some really excellent crews at this stage of the season. And I think it's a credit to all clubs and schools, coaches, rowers and coxswains for putting in such great performances at this early stage of the season. We'll now break for lunch, and the regatta is resuming at 12:20 with the Schoolboy coxed 4. So there's the lunch break now. We've got some great conditions here down at West Lakes for this regatta today. We'll resume just at about 12:15 to take through the afternoon's racing. Just another call out to another sponsor of SA Rowing, Fulham Funerals. Fulham Funerals honours life of your beloved one and the relationship you shared with them. Your beloved one's experience combined with our attention to detail in making arrangements means you can special tribute to your loved ones and celebrate their life regardless of culture or faith. The tributes provided by Fulham Funerals permit you to grieve, love, laugh and begin to live again. So a big shout out to Fulham Funerals, one of the great sponsors of Rowing SA. And thanks to all the other sponsors to Rowing SA and Pembroke School and the specific race sponsors from this morning's session. So I'll sign off now. Mark Miller, it's been a pleasure to work with you and provide some of the commentary this morning. And I'll pass over to my colleague, Andrew Southcott.
Great job, Mark, and thank you very much for commenting on the first session of the Super Series Regatta this morning. So we're going to take a short break, a 1 hour break for lunch, and then we'll be back with, I think, the afternoon commentary team of Phil Mangelsdorf, and that will be from 12:20 onwards. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. It's Andrew Southcott here. We've just got the next race for the afternoon, which is the Schoolboy Coxed 4. Right now, it's a 2,000 metre race, and right now we can see that it's the St Peter's College crew in lane 6 that are out to a good lead. And it looks like coming second, there's a race between St Ignatius in lane 8 and Christian Brothers in lane 5. But right now, there's about 750 metres to go, and it's the St Peter's College crew in lane 6, which are out in the lead. This would have been the first hit out for this crew. As the first Premiership series. So that's the crew of Tom Edwards, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Ryan Fowler, Murphy Eaton, with Ollie Colburn as the cox. Just now having a look, it looks like their main competition is coming from the other St Peter's College crew in lane 2. Dakota Gordon, Aidan Eaton, William White, Henry Baggett, and Philippe Scalzi as cox. So right now, Schoolboy Cox 4, it's Saints 1 and 2, with a battle going on for third between Prince Alfred College and Scotch College. So I think it's so right now the Saints crew in lane 6, well in front, several boat lengths over their nearest rival, which is the other St Peter's College 4. Then a really good battle going on for third between Scotch College and PAC. And then it's back to St Ignatius and either Christian Brothers or Adelaide High. So just under 200 metres left to go. The St Peter's College 4 coming down to win this race with the cox in the bow. Less than 100 metres now for them to go. And then it's the other Saints crew in lane 2, which is coming second. And then we see that the PAC crew have pushed up. So they're now coming third. And then it's back to Scotch in 4th place. And then we had the St Ignatius crew, and then it's the CBC crew in lane 5 coming last.
Doing a bit of a break? Yep. All right, perfect.
I'm just going to hand over to Joe Malcolm. Welcome, Joe.
You can keep going for a while because I've only just got here. Just had my lunch.
Where are we?
I'll give you a rest when you're ready.
Great. So it looks like we've got a start in race 31, the Schoolgirl Cox 4. From right of screen, we've got Unley High in lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide in lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4, Seymour College in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6, and in lane 7, Pulteney Grammar. Oh, can't really see. Who's leading, do you reckon? Lane 4.
Yeah,
Is there a laptop that I can use? Is this one yours or? Like we might have a couple of scratchings here in lane 3 and 5, is it? So potentially Scotch College isn't out there, and Seymour's 4 not there as well. So 4-boat race. Unley High doing well in lane 2. I think it's the Loretto crew leading, with potentially St Ignatius and Pulteney battling out with Unley High together in second position. But through that 750 metre mark, it looks like Loretto about a boat length clear of, I'd say, Pulteney Grammar on the far side. Yeah, great to see from Loretto boating both a first 8 and a first 4. So good to see those girls from their strong Inters program from last year coming up through into the seniors group. So we'll expect to see them do well as they dominated their Inters races last year. But yeah, this sweeping is a whole new ball game in these conditions. I've been out there this morning, and the tail breeze is quite tricky to row in, and especially in a sweep boat, you really need to be working together, which these fours are quite difficult to row, can be quite touchy. Timing needs to be pretty immaculate to have a good platform to row, so these girls are doing really well. Plus the boat's quite heavy to row. And so, yeah, these girls are picking up a lot of weight every time they place their oar in the water, sending it through nicely. So, yeah, that Loretto crew really have, as they come through the 1,000 metre mark now, they've established their lead, and it looks to be Unley and Pulteney battling it out for second position. I would say that Pulteney are just a smidge in front, with the St Ignatius crew definitely still in it, maybe a boat length off the stern. It does look like Unley, St Ignatius and Pulteney all have not boated their first states, so this would be their first 4 rowers from each of their programs. So all of them rowing quite well. It's quite a tight race for a fours race. Generally, these tend to develop with a fair bit of distance between the boats. But yeah, that race for second, my perspective's just caught up with me. I reckon it might be the Unley crew over the Pulteney crew, although we won't really tell until they come past through the final 500 metres. But it is definitely Loretto out in front. That's Georgina Tenney, Poppy Lynch, India Lang, Madison Johannesson, and Olivia Caddick as cox, coached by Tom Dornbus.
So these are preliminary races.
Yep.
So they race again.
Mm-hmm. So as Mangs has kindly pointed out to me, this is a preliminary race. So it's effectively a race for lanes. So this will determine which lane they get for the final, which will be in about 90 minutes' time. And yeah, you can see all these crews are just having a little bit of trouble with these conditions. I'd always say a tail breeze is harder to row in technically than a head breeze, even though the boat is moving faster. Just means it's harder to feel the connection, and you need to be a little bit more fast and smooth with the hands coming away from that finish. But yeah, as the boats move into this more protected water, this Loreto crew look like they're moving a fraction better through the final 250 metres, the Red Boys. But yeah, it really is a battle coming on for second place between Pulteney and Unley High. I would say Unley High might have a canvas maybe half a boat length in front of the Pulteney Grammar crew. But both crews really going for the sprint now, trying to get that all-important second position. It would give the crews a real boost for their final. And they're going to make a liar out of me. I reckon it's the Pulteney crew just edging ahead in that they've lifted their rate, coming through that final sprint. Loves a good sprint to the line, as is the Loreto crew, leaving it all out on the course. So the winners of this preliminary final will be Loreto Marriotteville in lane 4, Georgina Tenney, Poppy Lynch, India Lang, Madison Johannesson and Olivia Caddick coxing, coached by Thomas Dornbus. And then it looks to be a good, say 4 or 5 boat lengths back to the crew from Unley High. That's Freya Overton, Maya Charters, Cameron Murphy, Aaliyah Altus and Emma Luscombe coxing. Nope. Oh, Pulteney, you've just come through. Oh gosh, I can't call that. So I'll have to defer to the judges on that one. Between Unley and Pulteney, it was really bow ball for bow ball there, and St Ignatius in 4th. And moving straight along to the Schoolboy second 8 from right of screen, we've got the St Peter's crew by invitation in lane 3, St Peter's in lane 4. So that would be the crew in lane 3 would be their third 8 in the second 8 race. And the St Peter's College crew in lane 4, their second 8. PAC in lane 5 and Norwood Murray Alta in lane 6. Great to see Norwood having 2 8s out on the course. Unsurprisingly, St Peter's College, their second 8 look to be streaming ahead. Good to see St Peter's up and about, maybe 2 boat lengths behind. But yeah, the St Peter's crew looking really on top of their work. Nice and crisp, sharp catches into the tail breeze, really tapping that boat along, catching the boat on the run and accelerating that boat. Good movement together there. So that's St Peter's College crew of Hugo Worm, Flynn Carroll, Xavier Van Weegen, James Rotissa, Fraser Connell, Henry Marshall, Faris Harb, William Howard and Jamie Graves coxing. And that's interesting. That's some of the first 8 that won the Barrington Cup this year. My goodness.
They might be ones that are leaving. No?
They wouldn't be allowed to race this.
Oh.
So yeah, St Peter's College looking to have a really, really dominant season again, as that crew, that second 8 winds to the line, really extending their lead. Looks beautiful, long, strong strokes, great length, acceleration and timing from this crew. They will cross the line to win the preliminary final for the Schoolboy second 8. So well done to the St Peter's College crew. It will be Prince Alfred College coming through in second. That's Hunter Lang, Felix Katsaros, Henry Norton, Alistair White, Henry Belcher, Jack Miller, Christian Commons, Marcus Gibson and Thomas Hayden coxing. So that's coming through now. What's happening in camera 2? Now for the Schoolgirl second 8 from right of screen in lane 3, we've got Scotch College Adelaide. In lane 4, we've got Walford Anglican School. In lane 5, Wilderness School. And in lane 6, Seymour College. It looks to be in about the mid-race here, about 750 metres in. These crews are a little bit tighter. It looks to be the Walford crew in lane 4 to be out in front, I would say, and then second position looks to be Seymour College, with just a little ways back to the Wilderness crew, and I think Scotch still with overlap on that race for second place, but Walford looking very clearly out in front.
I'll go and sit there because I can see the other screen as well. Is that all right?
I'll just pass over to Mangs.
So thanks to Joe Malcolm, who's been helping out with the commentary today, and also to Andrew Southcott, who did a great job this morning with the commentary. Thanks again, Andrew Southcott, and Joe Malcolm, who's a busy lady here, and she'll possibly come back and help us out with the commentary again a bit later. Meanwhile, this first preliminary race for the Schoolgirl second 8s is underway with Scotch, Walford, Wilderness and Seymour. 4 boats in the race, and it is the Walford crew leading. Pretty close between the other 3 boats, Scotch, Wilderness and Seymour. Not a lot between those 3 second 8s. It's my first stint on the microphone here today, and I'd like to thank our host school, Pembroke School, who are hosting the regatta today. Thanks to Pembroke and all their volunteers for helping to organise this regatta, and of course thanks to all our regular boat race officials and regular volunteers that help run this amateur sport. We totally rely on our amateurs and volunteers to help with our rowing regattas for the club rowing and the school rowing. Had a big regatta last week. It is a bigger regatta today in numbers, with over 1,000 school rowers racing today. Wonderful to see. So this is the race 33 on the regatta program, the Schoolgirl second 8. You've got the Walford crew in front, Seymour coming second, and Scott's just in front of Wilderness. Those 4 schools in the Schoolgirl second 8. When we have a preliminary race like this, what happens is the lanes for the final are allocated to the leading boats here. The winning boats get the choice of the best lane as per the computer, and the officials work that out depending on the weather. So if there is a favourable wind favouring a particular lane, the winners of the preliminary round actually get the best lane. That's how rowing works in Adelaide and around the world internationally. It's a international system they use for the lane allocations for a final race. So the preliminary races are important for the lane draw in the final. Meanwhile, the Schoolboy first 8 is underway. They're almost at the halfway mark. This is again a preliminary race, and in the Schoolboy first 8s, in lane 1 you've got CBC, Christian Brothers College, lane 2, Nordmore Outer, lane 3, Prince Alfred, lane 4, Pembroke, lane 5, Scotch, lane 6, St Peter's, lane 7, St Peter's, and lane 8, Pulteney. So 7 boats in the Schoolboy first 8s. So on the screen now we've changed to the Schoolboy 8 race. and already the field is broken up a little bit. And it's the St. Peter's and Scotch crews over in lanes 6 and 7 that seem to be having a pretty close tussle for the lead. And then the Prince Alfred College crew in the famous red colours, they're probably in third place. So I'd say as they're about to go through the 500 metre mark, it's Saints and Scotch having a pretty close duel, with Prince Alfred College in third place. So the Saints crew is Kyle Miller, Edward Chipperfield, William Barone, Hamish Scott Young, Fraser Balnaves, Max Henry, Jake Nesbitt in the stroke seat with 7 seat, Albert Howard stroke, Thomas Whiteman Cox. Scotch crews Lewis Fielder, Rhys Davies, Jaden Pereira, Henry Felkel, Isaac Nielsen, Daniel Warazama, Harry Dangerfield, Adam Holland, Jack Walter, the Cox, and coach James Seppelt. So Saints just holding off Scotch at the moment, and Prince Alfred College still clearly in third place. The Pulteney Grammar crew in fourth and not far behind Prince's, so right over on the far side, Pulteney in their blue with the white yoke in their outfit, having a good battle for third and fourth place as Saints and Scotch head over the line. There's a battle on between Pembroke, our host school, and Nordmore Outer, with the Nordmore Outer crew just in front of Pembroke as they approach the line. CBC in 7th place. Just note again, that's a preliminary round, so the first 8s will race later on in the final. Now there's more entries in the Schoolgirl 8, so we do have 2 heats and 2 finals. So in the first heat, and genuine heats in that the first 3 place getters will go into the A final, the main final, and the 4 and 5 go to the B final. So in this race 35, the Schoolgirl first 8's the first heat. Pembroke are in lane 3, Nordmore Outer in 4, Wilderness in 5, Seymour in 6, and Scotch in 7. That leaves in the other heat, you've got Saints, Adelaide, Loretto and Walford. So the reality of what's in front of us is different to what was on my paper program here. There does appear to be only 4 boats in this race. It does appear to me that the Pembroke crew are not there from the inside lane, lane 3. So I think it's Nord Moreouta trailing the field. The other 3 boats, I'd say Seymour, just in front of Wilderness, and then Scotch in 3rd place. This first heat of the Schoolgirl First Eights. Just interrupt the call for the race. We've got a message for Ben O'Connell from Nord Moreouta to go to regatta control. This broadcast goes out over the loudspeakers at the regatta venue. So if Ben O'Connell, Nord Moreouta, attention, please pass that on to Ben O'Connell to go to regatta control at the base of the Judges Tower. Meanwhile, we've got a close race finish here between the Seymour and Wilderness boats, but they are both watching each other, probably saving themselves a little bit. They know they're going to qualify for the final, and they're rowing almost side by side to the final. They know they'll get 2 of the best lanes in the final with their position. Scotch College too seem to be cruising to the line. They're not making a major effort to cross in 3rd place. And the Nord Moreouta crew are going to finish 4th, so they'll be in the B final. Oh, that'll be, yeah. And the second heat underway, that's on your screen now, with going from the left-hand side, you've got Walford, Loretto, Adelaide High and St Peter's. If you're looking at your live stream here, thanks to our technicians for providing this wonderful coverage of our school's rowing regatta here, hosted by the Pembroke School. Thanks again to Pembroke School for hosting this regatta. Now, I do have 5 crews racing here, so I suspect the Pembroke crew that were meant to be in the previous heat are in this one. Beats me. Don't tell me they swap the races around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Walford crew in the lead. I was just trying to check in with my binoculars. I'm pretty sure it's the Pembroke crew that were listed in the previous event that are in lane 3 in this second heat of the Schoolgirl Eights. Whatever the situation is, I'm sure it's the first 3 boats will go into the final because that was the qualifying for each heat. And at the moment it's Walford leading Loretto, and the race is on between Pembroke and Adelaide High. Sorry, Pembroke and St Peter's. Pembroke and St Peter's are battling for the place in the final. So Pembroke and the Gold are on the side of the course closest to the finish line, on the right-hand side of your screen for those watching on live stream. So Walford definitely leading from Loretto, and then as they are in the closing stages now, it's clearly the St Peter's crew ahead of Pembroke, with Adelaide High in 5th place. In this second preliminary round, or the second heat of the Schoolgirl first eights. First 3 place getters about to cross the line. It's going to be Walford first. Crew of Ava Morrow, Miffy Young, Imke Mentz, Ella Hamilton, Lily Richter, Alexander Williams, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth, with Scarlett Paps Burford the Cox. They're first. Loretto second over the line. It's going to be Saints Girls will be third. Pembroke are going to be fourth, and Adelaide High fifth. I've thanked Pembroke School for sponsoring the regatta today and hosting it. Also, our rowing South Australia sponsors, Olga's Fine Foods. I can recommend their products. And Lane Printing. Lane Printing provide a lot of our facilities with the printing that we need for rowing SA. So thanks to Lane Printing for their generous sponsorship of rowing SA and South Australian rowing. So Olga's Fine Foods, great supporters of rowing in South Australia, and so also Lane Printing. So racing changes boats and age groups now. We go to the preliminary rounds of the Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 Cox Quad Scull, with a preliminary round for the Sea Cruise. That's underway. Reading across the screen from your left, you've got Prince Alfred in lane 7, Saints in lane 6, Norwood Moriata in 5, Unley in 4, Scotch in 3, and the crew in lane 2 is the St Peter's. That's their D crew racing in the C competition, their number 4 crew. They race from the 1,500 metre mark, so they've travelled through the first 500. And you should be able to see on your screen all 5 boats. There's barely more than a boat length between them. Looking across the 5 or 6 boats there, there's a pretty even line. Good even competition in this Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 Cox Quad Scull. This is the sea boats. A preliminary round. So there's a lane empty there, and I'd say it's the Norwood Moriata crew from lane 5 that's not there. And the 5 boats that are there, I will say it again, that it's a very close competition. I think the Saints boat is leading over in lane 6, the St Peter's crew, but not by much from the rest of the field. They've come through the 500 metre to go mark now, and it is St. Peter's definitely leading. I think the Unley crew are clearly in second place. There's Prince Alfred on the far side, then back to Scotch and the Saints D crew. So the leading St. Peter's College crew is Joseph Giuradini, Vincent Baroni, Max Walsh, Oliver Hamilton and William Koo, the Cox. Unley and Prince is almost on level terms. Unley maybe slightly in front, but Prince is putting in a bit of an effort to keep them under pressure. So Prince is on the far left of your screen, Unley in the middle of the screen, middle of the course in the double blue, Prince is in the red on the far side. Those two boats certainly having a great battle for the second and third position in this preliminary round, the final to come later in the day. Scotch College running fourth and the Saints D crew running fifth. So Saints definitely cross the line first, take out that preliminary round, race 37. So the B boats for the same boat class, our regatta program has all the same year, age group, boat classes in a group together. So there's 4 or 5 of these races for the year 9 and 10 boys, coxed quad sculls, where each rower has 2 oars. And this is called scull rowing as opposed to the sweep rowing we saw a bit earlier this afternoon with the 8s and the coxed 4s. So this again is a preliminary round, race 38 with, looking at your screen from the left-hand side, reading across, you've got Northern Regatta in 8, Adelaide in 7, Princes in 6, Scotch in 5, Unley in 4, Saints in 3, and Pembroke in lane 2 on the right-hand side of the screen. Through the halfway mark, and there's 4 boats having a wonderful race for the lead. I think it's Prince Alfred College and Unley. Prince is over on the left of screen in the red, Unley closer to the judges' tower on the western side of the course in the blue, and also St. Peter's in the blue. St. Peter's in front of Unley. And Scotch right there in the mix too for that probably second or third place. I think Princes in the red have a slight lead. Then Saints, probably then Scotch and Unley almost dead level. So Prince Alfred College crew is Hugo Knight, Asian Dossenage, Toby Merrigan, Otto Wendt, Tiago Barlow, the Cox. The Saints crew probably just in second place ahead of Scotch, who are just ahead of Unley. Saints crew is Archie Young, Hugh Hazel, Jesse Parsons, Josh Myers and Liam Durden, the Cox. So Prince Alfred College take out that lead, that event. from Saints are going to be second, just ahead of Scotch. Now the next two races are like the heats, as we saw before with the eights, where we have more than 8 entries. We have 2 heats. So the first heat for the A boats has got Prince Alfred, Norwood, Moreouta, Pembroke, St Ignatius and Pulteney, with the first 3 boats to go in the final. And then in the second race you're going to have second heat, Scotch, St Peter's, Unley and Adelaide. So heat 1 of the Year 9 and 10 boys coxed quad scull for the A boats. All 5 boats there and racing from your left of screen. It's Pulteney, St Ignatius, Pembroke, Norwood Moreouta and Prince Alfred. St Ignatius is the only boat that's not threatening for the lead. The other 4 boats, if you look at that picture on your screen, beautiful picture, great camera work, and that perspective is showing very clearly those 4 boats coming through the halfway mark of their 1,500 metre race. They're almost a line as they started. They started level, and they're pretty close to a very even, close competition at the moment. You can clearly see that. There's just the 4 boats that are within a boat length of each other. Hard to pick a leader. It's the St Ignatius crew that's, St Ignatius crew that's dropped back a little bit and not threatening for the lead. So approaching the 500 metre mark, the Prince Alfred College crew on the inside lane in lane 3, closest to the judge. They have taken the lead now. It's them in the red outfit, and they're leading from Norwood Moreouta. And they're almost in lane order with Pembroke running 3rd and Pulteney 4th, with St Ignatius back in 5th place. So it's the Prince Alfred crew of Charles Vanderberg, Lewis Dawson, Sam Stunnell, Edward Chappell and Alex Hamoud, the coxswain, that are leading in this first heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 coxed quad scull, with the first 3 boats in this heat to go into the A final for the A boats. Norwood Moreouta crew in 2nd place. That's Rayan Whitford, Ricardo Maturana, Juan Flower, Oliver Evans-Wood and Jack Evans-Wood, the cox, coached by Bryson Salter and Ben McWhirter. Norwood Moreouta crew in 2nd place. They're clearly going to book a place into the final. With the first 3 places in the final going to the A final, it's Pembroke. It's running 3rd. The Pembroke crew. Our host school today is Eric Yang, Max Wills Hell, Alex Painter, Stuart Watts with Luke Santos Fascino, the cox. Coach is Dylan Ondari. Pulteney are going to miss out a place in the final. They'll row in the B final, as will St Ignatius. And the second heat has started. They've approaching 500 metres travelled, so 1,000 metre mark. Looking at your screen, it's Adelaide High on the left, then Unley, St Peter's and Scotch. So Scotch closest to the Judges Tower on the right-hand side of your screen. And it's Scotch probably battling for the lead with Unley. I'd say Scotch and Unley have pulled away from Adelaide and St Peter's. So Scotch in the gold colours, closest to the Rowing SA headquarters and the Riverbank launching area. On the judges' side of the course, right-hand side of your screen, Scotch in the gold. Leading from Unley in the double blue, then Saints in the blue, and Adelaide High running fourth in this race 40, second heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 coxed quad scull. They've raced 1,500 metres, so they're in the last 500 metres now. First three boats to go into the A final later today. Got a wonderful picture here. Our technician's got a great picture. The scene is beautiful here at West Lakes. As Joe Malcolm mentioned earlier, she's been on the water today rowing and training, and the conditions are quite fast. We've got a slight tailwind, and the crews are getting along really quickly. The sculling by this Scotch crew out in front is excellent. They've got good blade work, good timing, and a good battle behind them to watch. They can see the Unley and St Peter's crews battling with each other almost neck and neck for the second and third place. All those three crews will qualify for the final, though, ahead of Adelaide High that are in fourth place. So barring accidents, a win coming up here for Scotch College in the gold, but in the picture and not far behind are both Unley in the double blue and Saints in the all blue outfits. So now it's the turn of the girls to race in this same boat class, the same type of boat and the same year level, the year 9 and 10 coxed quad sculls. This time it's the girls competition, so there'll be 3 or 4 races for them. A preliminary race is first, number 41 for the year 9 and 10 C boats, with the crews in this race in lane order are Wilderness in 1, Loretto in 2, Seymour in 3, Nordmore Outer in 4, Unley in 5, Walford in 6, and then there's a Seymour D crew in lane 7 and another Seymour E crew in lane 8. And right at the top of the screen it looks like they're about to start or just underway. You can see some of the boats heading down to the course. They row down in lane 0 outside of the buoys that are marking the lanes. So in the centre of your screen you've got a couple of crews heading down to the start of the 1,500 metre mark. And in the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course at West Lakes, it's buoyed for 8 racing lanes, and the like a Olympic swimming pool. The boys mark all the lanes. I think the girls have started. No, I'm not sure. and they might be still lining up. The blades are moving. It's deceptive looking at the screen, but those boats. This is a drifting, floating start. The boats are have to row around and paddle to get on line, and that's why the boats and oars are moving a bit as the officials line up the start. I think they're pretty much in a perfect line. They're not racing yet. At the 2,000 metre start, we do have a held start. There's a floating pontoon and all the boats are held in position. It's much easier to line up. Takes quite a bit of skill from our rowers to line up the boats with the officials at the start to get an equal and fair racing start. And on the screen now, you see some of the boats are side on, so I'm not sure if they've had a problem or that's other boats waiting for the next race. I don't have a radio connection to the officials, so I can't inform you of anything that's happened. We've got fantastic coverage here of the racing with the video stream. I think if we had the radio for the officials here, it would be just too much to you'd get too much noise, I imagine, to interfere with the commentary. So just mention another thanks to our volunteers from all the clubs and their boat race officials for helping run their amateur sport here. For all these school rowers here today, it's a big effort, and thanks to all the volunteers from all the clubs and all the schools, coaches, parents are bringing the underage people to the regattas and for training, and also our sponsors. We've got Olga's Fine Foods and Lane Printing are two of the Rowing SA regular sponsors, and the Pembroke School sponsoring and hosting this regatta today. And we're off and racing now. Whatever was happening at the start has been sorted out. It doesn't look like the 8 boats have started, so I suspect maybe one of the boats had a breakage or something, and that's what the inordinate time was spent at the starting hands. So this race 41 was supposed to have 8 boats starting, and I'm sure there's not 8 boats racing on the screen now. Yeah, we can only see 6 on the screen, so I'll try and work that out for you. I can't see the Wilderness School in lane 1 or Seymour in lane 3. But there are 6 boats racing, and we'll bring you up to date as the race progresses. I'm pretty sure that lanes 1 and 4 are empty, so I think Wilderness are not there in lane 1 and Nordmore Out are in lane 4. Having established that, they're almost through the first 500 metres while we're sorting all that out. I think the Walford crew over in lane 6 may have set the early pace. But there's 4 boats. If you look at your screen, there's spread across the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course here at West Lakes. There's probably 4 boats vying for the lead. Lanes 7 and 8, and lanes I think 2 and 3. So that's Loretto, Seymour, and possibly the Seymour D crew, and Walford. I think it's the Walford crew in lane 6 that are setting a high standard in the early stages, but so too the 2 crews from Loretto and Seymour on the right-hand side of the screen. They're keeping a good pace along with that Walford crew. So on the far side, the Seymour D crew are certainly doing a good job in this C boat race, but the lead is their A crew, I think, the Seymour A crew, who are in lane 3, have the lead on the western side of the course. So on the right-hand side of your screen, crew out in lane 3 is from Seymour. They're just in front of Loretto. Seymour in a really, really dark green outfit. Loretto in a blue, mainly blue outfit. And then Seymour again are probably in 3rd place. The crew on the far side, on the left-hand side of your screen, is actually their D crew from Seymour. Again, this is a preliminary round racing for lanes. So the leading Seymour crew is Taya Archer, Connie Ryan, Daisy Howard, Lola Paul with Piper Fox as the cox. Loretto in 2nd place is Genevieve McMullen, Elisa Roman, Charlotte Kernahan, Imogen Smith with Emily Dagar as the cox. Coaches Madison Newland and Rebecca Koch. And I reckon it's the Seymour D crew that's running 3rd of Lily McDonald, Carly Finlayson, Sophie March, Evangeline John O'Neill with Sasha Walker the cox. Those crews heading down to the finish line in race 41, the preliminary round of the C Cox Quad Skull Schoolgirl Year 9 and 10 event. So Walford's going to cross the line next, just ahead of the Seymour E crew. And then the Unley High crew will round out the closing stages of race 41. Now, our boat race officials, we work very hard on the results. Once these results are finalised and officially checked and they get the all clear, they will put those results on the internet, on the Rowing Manager website, so you can check the results, especially if there's a close race, to know where you come from. But the computer will also generate then the lane draw for the final events later on in the day. So if you're following this on your smartphone or electronic media, all that's available, the finishing times, the race times, and then the redraw or the results of the race that will set up the draw. That will be published in line as soon as our officials can process that, and you'll have that lane draw for the finals. Meanwhile, the next race has started, which is the preliminary round for the B boats for the Schoolgirl Year 9 and 10. In lane 1, Wilderness. Lane 2, Seymour. Lane 3, Walford. Lane 4, Unley. Norwoodmore Outer in 5. Pembroke in 6. Loretto in 7. And Adelaide in lane 8. That's the preliminary round for B boats. And that's underway. They've through the first 500, approaching the halfway mark. That's the race on your screen. And I'd say the lead is being fought out between Wilderness in lane 1 and the Loretto crew in lane 7. Norwoodmore Outer crew in lane 5 doing quite well too. They're probably not far from the lead, as to Unley, the crew in lane 4. So a good close contest in the race at hand. So there's 3 boats, stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball, heading for the finish line here. Don't forget this is a preliminary event with the best lanes going to the leaders in this event in the final. So there's three boats really fighting for that lead. Seymour, Norwoodmore Outer and Loretto. Absolutely, stroke for stroke down to the line. Very exciting race. You can hear I can hear the supporters down on the beach and in the on the lawns there, barracking for their crews. A very evenly matched contest there, and can't wait to see the final later on today. The judge will give you those final results. Look at that picture. What a great picture of the finish line. The flagpole there is pretty much on the finish line, but the camera's not right on the angle of the line, but you can see just how close those 3 boats are together. Excellent rowing, excellent sculling by the 3 crews there, and not far behind the Walford and then Unley crews crossing the line. So very high quality and great competition in the B boats. As the first heat of the A boats comes towards us. Now, from the left of the screen, you've got Unley, St. Peter's, Seymour, Norwoodmore Outer and Loretto. And it's the Loretto crew that are leading. Loretto clearly in front of Seymour. And then Unley in 3rd place, Unley on the far side. So the boat closest to us, Loretto, closest to us on the camera side of the course. Loretto leading from Seymour. Then Unley, and Unley having a good battle with St. Peter's, and that's the important one as far as I'm concerned, because The first 3 boats go into the A final. At the moment, it looks like Loretto and Seymour are clearly in first and second, so there's a real good battle on between between Saints and Unley. Saints, Peters and Unley are battling for that 3rd and 4th spot, with the 3rd one going to be a place in the final. So no doubt about the leaders and going to be the winners. Loretto crossed the line first, but it's going to be really close and tight for the other place in the final, which is going to be the 3rd place getter in this event. And that's between the Unley and St. Peter's crews. And just in the closing stages there, it's the St. Peter's crew of Sophie Upton, Olivia Oakes, Claudia Pearce and Sophia Risciuto, with Zoe Graves, the coxswain, that's just going to beat out the Unley crew for a place in the final for the A boats for the Year 9 and 10 girls scull. Coxed quad scull. As the second heat's underway, again with 3 boats to get into the final. So from left of screen, you've got Adelaide, Wilderness, Pembroke and Walford. And it's the Wilderness and Walford crews that are battling for the lead. Wilderness on the left-hand side of the screen. So that's Adelaide High and Pembroke battling for the place in the final. So again, it's Wilderness and Walford leading. I'd say the Wilderness crew in front. Both those crews have a blue and white outfit, but the Wilderness one is much more white in their colours. Walford has their blue, it's more prominent. That's the Wilderness crew of Marjorie Tucker, Lulu Detmold, Cox, Gracie Dowling, Molly Dwyer and Sophia Tayeb Farrell that's leading, from the Walford crew of Madeline Lucas, Isabel Viacelli, Eliza Citinari, Felicity Taylor, Isabel Hewitts and the coxswain. Those 2 crews safely in front in the second heat of the Year 9 and 10 girls Cox Quad Scull, with 3 to go to the final. And at this stage, I'd say it's the Pembroke School, our host school today. Pembroke crew of Lucy Bryce, Emily Philpott, Hannah Melzer, Phoebe McLaren, Adele Carochi, and the coach Macy Cotro. They look like, barring accidents, holding on to get the 3rd place and a place in the final ahead of the Adelaide High crew. Adelaide High is Amelia Booth, Michaela Blackman, Petra Mushki, Evelyn Rodwell, Sibin Jenny and coach Florencia Figueroa. So it's going to be Wilderness across the line first, Walford second, and Pembroke will be the 3 boats that go into the final later today. So that's the last of our heats for today and the last of all the preliminary races. All the rest of the races now for the finish of the day are the winning final races. If we're having medal races today, that'd be for the winning medals. It's the end of the preliminary heats and preliminary races. Every race for the rest of the program is a final. So welcome back to the regatta. We're due to start racing now with race 45, and these are all finals now the rest of the afternoon. We've got the Schoolboy coxed 4, followed by the girls coxed 4. Then the second 8s and the first 8. So some of the major events for the sweep rowing. That's where each rower has one oar, a bigger oar than they use in the sculling boats. The sculling boats, when they have 2 oars each, it's a slightly smaller oar, or significantly smaller actually. And perhaps when we talk about the Schoolboy 8s, we've got to pay tribute to the St. Peter's crew, the boys that won the national title earlier this year. They've also, I believe, won the junior team of the year for South Australia Sport recently. Congratulations to the Saints national champions in Schoolboy 8s this year. So in the final of the coxed 4s, the boys' crews are lining up at the 2,000 metre held start with Unley in lane 1 by invitation, it says on my paper here. Then St. Ignatius in 2, Princes in 3, Saints in 4, another Saints crew in 5, Scotch in 6, and Christian Brothers in 7. And they're underway racing. So looking from left to right on your screen, it's CBC on the left, then Scotch, 2 St. Peter's crews, Princes, St. Ignatius and Unley. Only on the right-hand side. So 2,000 metre race, this is the full international and Olympic racing distance. That's what our Alex Ramsey International Regatta course is set up for, with the boys and lanes for 8 lanes racing. As I said, in the bottom right of your screen, at the moment you'll see the boats racing, not racing, but heading down to the start in lane 0, alongside of lane 1. And then the boats that are racing are coming down the buoyed course, set up like a big swimming pool racing course. So we have a buoy every 10 metres for the 2,000 metres of the course. And you can see they're all white buoys. But then the last 250 metres of the race, the buoys are all painted red, or the red plastic buoys. So it gives us an indicator for the rowers to know where they are when they're getting tired. If they can see those red buoys out of the corner of their eye, they know they're in the closing stages of their event, for which I'm sure they're very grateful. I seem to remember being like that myself. So pretty even competition here, and a much more serious competition now. We've had these preliminary races for the lane draw and positioning. And it's interesting, the Unley crew on the inside, the invitation crew, are doing quite well. Then there's the Saints and Prince's crew in the middle 2 lanes that are doing quite well. But so too is the Christian Brothers crew over on the far side. They're travelling quite well also, probably threatening for the lead. High standard of racing. This, if we were to number this boat, it's the first 4. Some of the schools have a first 8, and if they don't have a second 8, their next 4 boys would be the best 4 boys, and they would be the boys in the first 4. So the first 4, or this open 4, Schoolboy Cox 4 race, and the same for the girls, is a high quality event. So quite often very good competition. So I don't know why Unley are called by invitation, but they're doing very well. It's Unley crew on the right-hand side of your screen, closest to the judges' tower. They're doing quite well. But it's the Saints crew in the middle of the course that's probably got a slight lead. But doing quite well over on the far side, the Christian Brothers crew. Christian Brothers and Scotch having a good battle there for probably for second place or third, depending how the Unley crew shapes up. But no doubt about the leaders. It's the Lane 4 crew from St. Peter's. The leading crew of Tom Edwards, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Ryan Fowler, Murphy Eaton, with Fred Kidman the Cox. That crew clearly in the lead. From Scotch, then Christian Brothers College and Unley, Princes, and St. Ignatius. And of course, the other St. Peter's College crew there. But that St. Peter's College number 4 crew in lane 4. Definitely got the lead. And barring accident should take out that event, the Schoolboy coxed 4. They've got a clear water lead over Scotch, Princes, CBC. And St. Peter's College will take out the Schoolboy coxed 4 event. So Scotch will be second across the line, and third across the line, that Unley crew from lane 1. This is the next race. Now the Schoolgirl Cox 4 has also started. This is the final, with 4 crews from the left of your screen: St. Ignatius, then Unley, Loretto and Pulteney. So they've started and gone through 500 metres travelled. It's a ding-dong battle between the Loretto and Pulteney crews. Those 2 boats are pulled away from Unley and St. Ignatius. So the Pulteney crew of Manon Howe Mears, Nia Callingraf Johnson, Isabella Harsma, Emma Newhouse, with Harry Lehman the Cox, coached by Millie West, and the Loretto crew of Georgina Tenney, Poppy Lynch, India Lang, Madison Johansson, and Olivia Kadich was the coxswain, coached by Tom Durenbus. Those 2 crews are having a decent battle for the lead. They've pulled away from Unley and St. Ignatius. This race 46, and that's the final of the Schoolgirl coxed 4s. So they've travelled 3/4 of the course now and approaching, they're in the last 500 metres, and the Loretto crew have finally shaken off the Pulteney crew. They've got a clear lead now. They've pulled away in this last 500 metres, heading towards the Red Boys, marking 250 metres to go. And it's the Loretto crew that's leading in the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 final. Loretto leading from Pulteney, then Unley and St Ignatius. So approaching the judges' tower now with a clear lead is the Loretto crew of Georgina Tenney, Poppy Lynch, India Lang, Madison Johansson and Olivia Kadich is the coxswain, coached by Tom Doornbos. Loretto Marriotteville are going to take out the Schoolgirl Cox 4, race 46 ahead of Pulteney. Unley are running third and it's St Ignatius that are running third. Unley crew way back. They must have had a breakage in their equipment or something. And from the 2,000 metre mark, the next race on the screen and on the course is the Schoolboy second eights with, from the left of screen, you've got Nordmore Outer, Prince Alfred, St Peter's and a second St Peter's crew on my list, but I can't see them there at the moment. There's only 3 boats racing. It's the Saints, St Peter's number 1 crew leading in the Schoolboy second eights from Prince Alfred College, so the blue outfit leading the red. I think the other St Peter's crew is a non-starter. On my program they had by invitation, so they might have withdrawn. There is a crew trailing these two. It looks like a St Peter's colours. Should have been Nordmore Outer. So, okay, what I can see here is definitely St Peter's leading Prince Alfred College. Let's talk about those 2 leading boats and pay tribute to the effort they're putting into this Schoolboy second eight. The Saints crew racing very well. In fact, the Prince is doing very well too, racing and rowing, good sweep oared rowing. Both these crews, I think the wind has settled down a bit. The water's looks like good racing conditions, not too rough or choppy, with a slight tail breeze or cross tail. St Peter's crew racing very well. So the St Peter's leading boat is Hugo Worm, Flynn Carroll, Xavier Van Oygen, James Ritossa, Fraser Connell, Henry Marshall, Eddie Hetherington, William Howard with Jamie Graves the coxswain. To St Peter's crew that are clearly in front. They're leading the Prince Alfred College crew of Hunter Lang, Felix Katsaros, Henry Norton, Alistair White, Lachlan Dickens, Jack Miller, Christian Commons, Marcus Gibson with Thomas Hayden the Cox. But on your screen going to be a win to St Peter's College in their yellow boat. The blue outfits, Clearwater leaders and winners from the ahead of the Prince Alfred College crew in the red, also in a yellow boat. And that beautiful scene there on your screen of the West Lakes Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course. And it shows you the next race has already started, the Schoolgirl 8s. This will be the second 8s for the girls, and there should be 4 boats from your left of screen: Wilderness, Seymour, Walford and Scotch. They've got Scotch probably in second place at the moment with the Walford crew. I think Walford have stolen the early lead, got out to a bit of a lead over Seymour and Wilderness, and Scotch probably right up with them in second place. So certainly a 2-boat race, I think, at the moment. Walford and Scotch have pushed each other to the lead ahead of Seymour. Wilderness back in 4th place. So starting with the right-hand side crew in the gold colours at Scotch College: Georgie Lyons, Ari Ravel, Sienna Davis, Amy Howard, Elisa Bailey, Lucy Seppelt, Lulu Tate, Hope Ratcliffe, Emma Venus the Cox, coaches Joyce Jollins and Lucy Kittle. That's in the Scotch crew in the gold. And then in the mainly blue with a bit of yellow in their outfit is the Walford crew, who may be slightly in front, but certainly having a close race with Scotch. The Walford crew is Erin Westwood, Mimi Bridgman, Phoebe Lunan, Isabel Viacelli, Molly Stewart, Felicity Taylor, Sophie Lindner, Olivia Bridgman, and Abby Olafson is the coxswain. Seymour in 3rd place, and Wilderness back in 4th. So race 48, the Schoolgirl second 8. This is the final regatta, sponsored by the Pembroke School today. Thanks to the Pembroke School Rowing Club, all their parents, supporters and sponsors. One of the Olga's Fine Food and Lane Printing are 2 Pembroke sponsors, help sponsoring the Pembroke School and the Pembroke Rowing Club. So thanks to Olga's Fine Foods and Lane Printing for your sponsorship of the Pembroke School Rowing Club. But it's the Walford Schoolgirls in the second 8s that have now taken a clear lead over Scotch, who are clearly in front of Seymour, and then Wilderness back in 4th place in this Schoolgirls second 8s race. So a fine demonstration of excellent rowing. They've got the slight tailwind and moving quite quickly, the Walford crew. Good blade work, good timing. What all your rowing is all about is the technique, timing and togetherness of the rowing stroke. And they're doing it very well. They've got several boat lengths clear lead over the gold outfit of the Scotch College crew in second place. Racing quite well, loving these fast racing conditions, and they're having a good row. They've got ahead of Wilderness and Seymour. Wilderness are fourth. Seymour are running third. So a convincing win there to the Walford crew ahead of Scotch College in the Schoolgirl second eighth. Race 49, the Schoolboy first eight has started with, on your screen from the lane 7 on the left-hand side is Pembroke, then Pulteney, Scotch, St Peter's, Prince Alfred, Nord Moriata and CBC. And as you'd expect, it's still a close contest in the early stages. Looks like the heat winners, or the first lane from the preliminary events, are in the middle lanes. So it's Scotch, St Peter's and Prince's who were prominent in the preliminary event. Those three in the gold, Scotch, Saints in the blue and Prince's in the red are the three boats vying for the lead at the moment in the middle of your screen. Only showing 5 boats on our screen at the moment, so I'm not sure if they all started. Okay, I've been trying to get the rating. The Saints crew that's taken the lead now, rating about 37 strokes to the minute. So that's a pretty good, correct sort of pace to be using the breeze. That's a tail breeze for these fast race conditions. They've got about a clear water over a length and a half lead over Princes, who are almost just in front of Scotch, but that's subject to change. They're both pretty close together. The blue of St Peter's is in the middle of the screen and they're leading the race. Scotch in the gold on the left and Princes in the red on the right of your screen on either side of St Peter's College, but they are unfortunately a length to 2 lengths behind the leading boat. I've got the St Peter's crew rating up to around 38 strokes to the minute now, so they're putting in a decent effort to get away from the rest of the field. One of the boats has stopped. I noticed our rescue boat checking them out. They've got started again. But heading down towards the finish line, the St Peter's crew have got the lead, but I tell you what, there's a great battle on for the second and third. This is Schoolboy first eights. And a great race for second and third between Scotch and Prince Alfred College. No doubt about the leaders with just the a few strokes to go. The boat on the top of your screen is from a previous event and not featuring in this race, and they shouldn't be there, in fact, while the other boats are finishing. But it's St. Peter's across the line in the Schoolboy first eights. Didn't take the... And look at the line. Look at the race for second. This is a photo finish for the judges. We've got a photo finish camera, and they might have had to use that then because I can't pick second and third. But the official results will be on the electronic media as soon as they're cleared by the officials. Yeah, you'll get the. You can look the results up on the Rowing Manager, Rowing SA, Rowing Manager, on whatever electronic media you can use, and you'll have the official times and results for that second and third place. But no doubt about the winner. St. Peter's College took out the Schoolboy first eight. Crew of Kyle Miller, Edward Chipperfield, William Barone, Hamish Scott Young, Fraser Balnaves, Max Henry, Jake Nesbitt, Albert Howard and Thomas Whiteman the Cox. Now the girls' first eight, the B final between Nordmore Outer, Adelaide and Pembroke is underway. So this race is for the placings of 7, 8 and 9, really. There's 6 boats in the final. So Nordmore Outer, Adelaide and Pembroke are racing for the places 7, 8 and 9. The boats in the screen don't seem to be in the lineup that I have on my paper printed program here. Some things, doesn't matter how good we get with our technology, it doesn't always seem to work out. There's the 2 boats vying for the lead, I'm pretty sure are Pembroke and Nordmore Outer. According to my program, it should be... no, it is Adelaide and Pembroke. So the other crew that I thought was on the far side, I'm not sure if that's the Nordmore Outer crew. So the race is on for the B final of Schoolgirl first eights between Pembroke and the Gold, mainly gold colours, got with a green trim, and Adelaide High in their black and white colours. Adelaide High, one of the oldest rowing schools in Australia. So very long history of the Adelaide High rowing with their famous black and white colours. But the colours are being lowered at the moment by the Pembroke crew. Pembroke in the gold with the green. That's in front of Adelaide High. And I assume that's Nordmore Outer well behind them. So this is the Schoolgirl first eight, the B final, places 7, 8 and 9. And the Pembroke crew of Hannah Melzer, Catherine Lobban, Ebony Blackburn, Sasha Brennan, Sky Mumford, Claire Rogers, Lexi Reynolds and Lucy Townsend. Charlotte Mercer Fleetwood is the cox, coached by Susie Ross and Macy Cotro. They're leading the Adelaide crew of Praboon Marley, Heidi Butchman, Lottie Prow, Adele Leclerc, Maddie Gibbons, Lily Green, Lily Baxter, Louisa Waggoner, Lila Rose Coppola, coached by Ella Prow and Alex Canty. And I'm not sure, I assume that's Nordmore Outer well back, but they are on the wrong lane, so they may have been removed or broken down with breakage or something. So this is the final of the Schoolgirl first eights, the B final. It's going to be a big win to the Pembroke School ahead of Adelaide High. So race 51 will be the Schoolgirl first eights between Scotch in lane 2, Loretto in 3, Walford in 4, Wilderness in 5, Seymour in 6 and St Peter's in 7. Those boats will be lining up now for the last of our 2,000 metre races. The rest of the program will be 1,500 metre races for the year 9 and 10s. So this is the last of our sweepboard, coxed racing. For the senior rowers, the first eights, the Schoolgirl eights. And they're off and racing. Looking at your screen, from the left at St Peter's, Seymour, Wilderness, Walford, Loretto and Scotch College on the right in the gold colours. Good racing conditions here, lively water. A bit of westerly, southerly sort of cross-tail breeze makes life a little bit of life in the water, a few little waves, but favourable conditions really for good racing. And these first eights are good races. They've got the most experience, strong, fit, training well, coached well, equipped well, and these Schoolgirl first eights turning on a great exhibition, as did the boys' first eights. The Loretto, Walford, Wilderness, Seymour, those four boats, the four middle lanes, still in close contact with each other, approaching the halfway mark. Yeah, it was excellent racing by the Schoolgirl first eights. I've got the Walford crew rating 35, 36 strokes to the minute there, and I think they may be in the lead in lane 4. So that's the third crew from the right. Main opposition from Seymour, who are 2 lanes further over in the darker outfit. And I've got Walford almost identical rating at about 36. And that's exactly what's happening. Walford and Seymour are heading towards the finish line, stroke for stroke, pretty much level. And right on their tail is the Loretto crew, who's in third place, just ahead of Wilderness. So what a great finish here, ladies and gentlemen. All you schoolies, get out and barrack for your schoolmates. They're putting on a great race here in the Schoolgirl First Eights. Down to the line, Seymour and Walford fighting it out, stroke for stroke. Seymour and Walford, it's pretty close. Then Wilderness and Loretto pushing them. It's the Seymour crew that are trying to cross the line just in front of Walford. Then it'll be Loretto and Wilderness. So 4 boats very close to each other. Wonderful racing there by the Schoolgirl First Eights in this Rowing SA Schools Premiership Regatta hosted by the Pembroke School. Excellent, wonderful racing, great competition. Congratulations, those Schoolgirl First Eights. The Seymour crew that I called as being first should have been Alice Montgomery, Grace Foster, Missy Shearer, Caroline McNally, Leela McRow, Eliza Wank, Molly Duggan, Charlotte Heeson, with Annabelle Davies the coxswain. And I think the Walford crew was second. Ava Morrow, Miffy Young, Imka Mentz, Ella Hamilton, Lily Richter, Alexander Williams, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth, Scarlett Paps, Burford the Cox. Well done, all those crews, and like I said, 4 of them close together across the line in the Schoolgirl First Eights. The racing moves to the 1500 metre mark now, where we'll have the rest of the program as all the year 9 and 10 girls and boys quad sculls that we had preliminary rounds for earlier. So we have the C's, the B's, and then 2 races for the A boats. First of all for the boys, and then all the girls' races. So race number 52 on the program. The boys C quad scull. From the left of screen it's Scotch, Unley, St. Peter's number 3, Princes, and St. Peter's number 4, which is their D crew, as in D. D for Donald. They have started. If you have access to a screen, if you're watching this on the screen, the live screen, thanks to our audio-visual people, the wonderful pictures and coverage we've got here today. And thanks to the athletes at the moment, because they're putting on a very fine race. There's not a lot separating these boats in the early stages. St. Peter's, Princes, St. Peter's, Unley and Scotch all racing very well in the C final for the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. Okay, I reckon it's the St. Peter's crew in lane 3 that's in the lead. Just a bit to the good of the Prince Alfred College crew alongside of them in lane 3. And both Unley and Scotch aren't too far behind either. So those 4 boats travelling well. Just the St. Peter's D crew, I think, has dropped back off the pace. But the Saints number 1 crew are leading. That's the St. Peter's crew of Joseph Giuradini, Vincent Barone, Max Walsh, Oliver Hamilton and William Koo, the coxswain. They have got a clear lead over Unley, Princes and Scotch, and the other St. Peter's crew would be in 5th place. Still pretty close between Scotch and Unley. Yeah, and Princes. Those 3 crews still not far from each other, but the Saints crew has got a definite lead over them. So the year 9 and 10s racing in the quad sculling boat. So each rower has 2 oars. They're sculling pretty well. Bit of splash. There's just a little bit of chop on the water. But no doubt about the St. Peter's College crew is well out in front. They're going to, barring accidents, take out this race. Scotch are clearly in 2nd, Unley in 3rd, Princes running 4th, and then the other Saints crew in 5th place. But approaching the finish line at St. Peter's College, leading from Scotch, Unley and Princes in that order. Already right in the middle of your screen, you've got the next event, which is well underway, the B boats for the year 9 and 10s. From the left of your screen, you've got Adelaide, Unley, St. Peter's, Princes, Scotch and Nord Moriarta. And it's the red and white of Princes that's in front. It's the crew in lane 4, Hugo Knight, Arjun Zosange, Toby Merrigan, Otto Wendt, Tiago Barlow. It's the Prince Alfred College crew. And then nothing between Saints, Scotch and Adelaide High on the far side, just in front of Unley. But clearly in front, the red and white of the mainly red colours of Prince Alfred College and the B boats for the year 9 and 10 coxed quad scull for boys. So Prince is leading from Scotch. Unley and Adelaide High pretty much on even terms. But almost on the line now, it's the Prince Alfred College first, Scotch a second. St Peter's a third. That's the B final of the Year 9 and 10 quad scull. As the A final for the B boats, the B final, which is the places 7, 8 and 9 is underway as well. So the next two races are for the A boats. But first of all, we've got the B final, we call it in rowing, for places 7, 8 and 9 between St Ignatius, Pulteney and Adelaide. And one of the boats has stopped rowing. They've had a problem by the look of it. So I can only see two boats racing, and one of them that's in front is Adelaide High, and St Ignatius just had a bit of a what we call a shipwreck, had some sort of breakdown in their rowing technique and had to stop for a few seconds, which has left Adelaide High to clearly leading in the B final for places 7, 8 and 9. Can't see the Pulteney crew there. So there's the Adelaide High crew of Salvador Bethley, Hayden Chambers, Bodie Hebhart and Leah's Wagner, with Bree Backman as the cox, coached by Miller Backman. They're going to take out the B final for the Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 quad sculls as the A final is underway. You notice the work barge coming down the course. For those of you you may not see that on your screen, but it's got our volunteers that have been holding the boats at the start, at the 2,000 metre start. They've finished for the day, so they're bringing the boat holders back on the work barge. Meanwhile, the race for the A final for the boys, Year 9 and 10 cox quad scull is underway. Looking from your screen from left to right, it's Pembroke on the left, followed by Norwood, then Scotch, Princes, Unley and St Peter's on the right hand side of the screen. So Norwood, Moreoutta and Pembroke have just lost the touch with the other four boats, but St Peter's, Unley, Princes and Scotch, those four boats are still pretty much locked together as they coming through the halfway mark of the 1,500 metre race for the Schoolboy, Year 9 and 10, the A boats, the cox quad scull. Now I'd say it's the Scotch crew that have a lead, narrow lead over Princes, then Unley and then Saints. So that's my order of progress as they come through 500 metres to travel in the 1,500 metre race for the A final of the Schoolboy Year 9 and 10 coxed quad scull. Looking at the screen and down the course, I think the gold colours of Scotch College are out in front of the red and white of Princes, who are just in front of Unley, the double blue, and then Saints in the all blue. Back to Norwood Moreoutta in 5th place, ahead of Pembroke, running 6th. So it's the Scotch College crew out in front. Harry Bridgewood, Harry Comerford, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, and Tom Wright, the coxswain, coached by Tim Belcher. Scotch College leading. Clear water lead as they are into the red boys with 250 metres to go, and leaving it to Unley and Princes to go stroke for that second and third spot. And this the A boats final for the year 9 and 10 schoolboys, coxed quad scull. But no doubt about the leaders. Scotch College clearly out in front, and what a battle between the double blue Unley and red of Prince Alfred College. They're going stroke for the line for second and third spot. But a win to Scotch. Scotch take out the A boats for the year 9 and 10, coached by Tim Belcher. And leave it up to the judge to pick second and third. Fourth is going to be the Norwood Moriauta. But no doubt about the winners. The lead win there to Scotch College. And the last bracket of races for this regatta today, thanks to all the volunteers and all the boat race officials for helping us run this regatta today. Amateur sport, we rely on all the volunteers, family, friends to help organise all this, and we thank you all for that. The last four races are the girls' equivalent, the same boat class, the schoolgirls year 9 and 10, the coxed quad scull. We start with the C's, then the B's, then we've got a large and a small final for the A boats. So 4 races on the regatta program. They're underway in race 56 with, from looking at the screen, Unley on the left in 7, Walford in 6, Loretto in 5, Seymour in 4, and then there's 2 more Seymour crews in lanes 3 and 2. So this is the final of the schoolgirl year 9 and 10 coxed quad scull. Early days and not much between the 6 boats at the moment. Was anything important? Oh, it's a bottle filler. I seem to remember in the preliminary rounds, the Seymour D crew gave some of these C crews a hurry up, and they're doing it again. The crew to me in lane 3, the Seymour crew, is right up with the leaders, if not leading in the schoolgirl year 9 and 10, the C quad scull race. There's 3 Seymour crews on the adjacent lanes, 2, 3 and 4, closest to the judge. They're certainly having a good battle with each other. They seem to have got ahead of Loretto, Walford and Unley. So it seems as if this Seymour D crew don't acknowledge the fact that they were the D crew, and they're giving a real hurry up to the C crews. Loretto would be in second place at the moment, closely followed by Walford and Unley. Although through halfway now, the halfway mark now, I think the Loretto might have decided to, and Walford have put their foot down and stopped the nonsense. They're battling for the lead now. They've taken the lead away from the Seymour crew. I think it's the Loretto crew that are narrowly in front of Seymour and Walford. So I think it's Loretto, Genevieve McCallum, Alessandra Roman, Charlotte Kernahan, Imogen Smith, Lucy Bell, coaches Madison Newland and Rebecca Koch that's leading. And they're leading from Seymour and Walford. So the Loretto crew rating around 31, 32 strokes a minute, just holding a lead. They're not drawing away, but they're hanging on to their lead. The water's just splashing around a bit. The wind might have been picking up a bit and making a bit bigger waves for them to battle with as they get tired. But it's Loretto just in front of Walford, who are in front of the Seymour crew. Then the other Seymour and Unley having a close battle, and the third Seymour crew in sixth place. The leading three boats are in close contact with each other in this final for the C Schoolgirls. Loretto just clinging to the lead from Walford. Seymour right on their rudder as well, so there's not a lot between those three boats. So all on the screen together, but Seymour are going to go over, Loretto are going to go over first, Walford second, and Seymour third. So Wyndham Loretto, congratulations, winners of the Year 9 and 10 Schoolgirls C coxed quad scull. I'm pretty sure the wind has got a bit stronger because they're lining up the boats for the next race, and it's definitely a little bit trickier as that breeze has come back up again. We're getting the sea breeze effect now. Traditionally happens about this time of year, at this time of day. I can see some little white caps every now and again on some of the waves, so just makes racing a little bit trickier. They've started in the B final for the Schoolgirls Year 9 and 10 coxed quadruple scull. In your screen from the left, Adelaide High, Wilderness, Walford, Norwood, Morialta, Seymour in 4, Loretto in 3, Unley in 2, Pembroke in 1. So an 8-boat final. They're off and racing. Only got 5 boats on our screen at the moment, but I'm sure they'll come into line. I can see some oars right on the extreme left. Just got a message from Vicky Knight, one of our boat race officials. They picked up a stroke coach from the water. So if you've lost your stroke coach and you go to our host club area at the Pembroke and ask for umpire Vicky Knight. Vicky Knight has a stroke coach that was found floating on the water racing today. If you've lost your stroke coach out of your boat, ask for Vicky Knight down by the Pembroke area on the main lawn by the club rooms. She's one of our boat race officials, and they've picked up a stroke coach floating on the water. So go and ask for Vicky Knight by the Pembroke area if you've lost a stroke coach today. Well, I reckon it's the Loretto crew that are in lane 3 that are leading this race. I'm sure I haven't got a full field of 8. I've been trying to sort it out. Apologies for that. It looks to me like they're in sort of lane order, so I reckon it. But I can't see Pembroke and Unley in lanes 1 and 2. So if they're there, they're a fair way back. So it's a lane 3 boat, a Loretto, that's in front. And probably close behind them is Seymour, Norwood, Morialta and Walford in that order. I'm pretty sure the leaders of the Loretto crew of Emma Thomas, Scarlett Katsaros, Laura Fitzgerald, Lucy Hoskins, with Rebecca Cock, the Cox, coached by Madison Newland and Rebecca Cock. Yeah, one of the boats has just had a distinct shipwreck and stopped racing. I think it's a boat in lane 4. The umpire's boat and officials are there looking at them and helping them now. Back to the leading boat, and I'm pretty sure it's Loretto. And I'm pretty sure their main opposition is coming from the Nordmore Outer crew. It's the Walford crew, my apologies. The Walford crew that are putting the leading boat under extreme pressure. The 2 leading boats, it is, Loretto. Or was it Seymour? Or was it Seymour? Oh dear. My apologies, I think it's Seymour that's in front. It's Seymour and Walford that are fighting for the lead. Apologies. These 2 boats in the B boats, Walford and Seymour, racing down towards the finish line, almost locked together. Seymour in the darker colours, Walford in the lighter blue. And this is one of our closest races of the finals for this afternoon. The first place, practically stroke for stroke, almost identical in every way, Walford and Seymour. Seymour in the bottom of the picture, those of you with a screen. Seymour just hanging on to a narrow lead. Mind you, we're not on the finish line, but I'm pretty sure they're going to win it. Seymour just in front of Walford. If that was the Seymour crew, it was Katie Harford, Alex Wheaton, Isabella Lees, Ella Mackay and Olivia Rhymes, the coxswain. Ahead of Walford was Chloe Spears, Maya Spears, Dorothea Economos, Tilly Franco and Elsie Johnson, the cox. We'll race those B crews, certainly the winners of the Schoolgirl B Cox Quad Scull. Now we've got the A boats now, and this is the B final, so places 7, 8 and 9 for Norwood, Moreouta, Unley and Adelaide. So it's Unley leading Norwood Moreouta, Adelaide in 3rd place. They're nearly here. The Unley crew in front of Norwood Moreouta. This is the finish of the B final for places 7, 8 and 9 for the A boats. Unley just in front of Norwood Moreouta. Adelaide are in 3rd place. That's the penultimate race, the B final. And for the regatta, and the A final is well underway with our screen shifts as it does to the A boats. You'll find that on the left will be St. Peter's in 7, Seymour in 6, Wilderness in 5, Loretto in 4, Walford in 3 and Pembroke in lane 2 on the right hand side of the screen. They've travelled halfway down the last race of the regatta, race 59. It's the Wilderness crew in front. It's Loretto. Loretto in front of Wilderness. Yes, the Loretto crew in the A final for the Year 9 and 10 quad scull. Loretto leading Wilderness, then Seymour and Saints in that order. I don't think Walford are there. Oh yeah, Walford are running 5th and Pembroke 6th. So Loretto crew is Emily Lang, Farane Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans, Eliza Hogg and Emily Degas, the Cox. Coaches Rebecca Cock and Madison Newland. So the last race of the day, Schoolgirl, Year 9 and 10, Cox Quad Scull. The Loretto crew in lane 4, leading from Wilderness in 5 and Seymour in 6. So Loretto going to take out the last event on the day, the Year 9 and 10, the A boats for the Cox Quad Sculls. Congratulations, they crossed the line. Loretto first is pretty close between Wilderness and Seymour. And I'll leave that to the judge because we're not on the angle to get that right, but certainly close. Wilderness possibly second, Seymour third, very close. Win to Loretto. Congratulations, Loretto. Thanks again to the Pembroke School and all your volunteers for hosting the regatta, and thanks to all our boat race officials and volunteers, the boat race holders. Thank you all. It's Phil Mangelsdorf here signing off. Thanks to Ryan, our technician here, for the coverage we've had on the TV screen for the whole of the regatta. Wonderful work by the TV live stream people. Thank you very much.